位觀眾大家好 You're having a good day today, lurkers. It is a figure of speech 代數 bot. 我都唔知我啲朋友佢哋愛做乜嘢同我都唔知佢哋愛玩咩遊戲啊咩嘢我都唔知啊。俾佢哋做啦，俾佢做。咁我係唔知佢哋愛做乜嘢，我都唔識做。但係如果佢可以教我做呢啲嘢，如果好搞嘅就好。有好多怪嘢 happening 啊 recently。Johnny English 唔該晒你，唔該晒你5個 gifted。你哋5個記得講唔該晒同 Johnny 講多謝，知冇？一定愛禮貌，你一定愛禮貌，愛啲禮貌嘅。你啲朋友俾你 free gift， 記得講唔該晒。Thank you, Johnny English。What I meant to say is 5 of you who received the gift list from Johnny English, make sure to thank him, okay? Make sure to thank him. It is the polite thing to do. I know lots of funny things have been happening. I have been I wanted to do the first out. You know what? Let me see. How many of you lurkers? 9 lurkers are here. Huh. Since 9 of you lurkers are particularly diligent. Yes, diligent is a good word. Diligent to turn up for the stream so early. Hold on, let me just see. Let me just make sure something. Okay, let me just organize things for a moment. Okay. I have been sent something particularly. I don't know what to expect. I do not know what to expect, but I have been sent this by a lurker. And it is another Google Doc. Welcome back, Mo-chan. You are not late. You are just not as early as the other early lurkers. Don't worry about that, Mo-chan. I've been sent this link to a Google Doc. It's a post on X. Let me find it. Here we go. I don't know what this is about, but it is another Google Doc. And a dossier detailing Oshi plush and the frustrations backers have been facing. I have no idea what to expect, but let's have a read of this. Before we continue with this, let's just double check some things. Hold on. There is something odd, basically. I don't know what this is about, but let's see. It is a Google Doc for sure. So let's read. It is a long one. It is a long one. By the way, Lurker chat, it is a long one. So this is a dossier detailing Oshi plush and the frustrations backers have been facing. Very odd. Oh, this is a long one. Oh boy, this is a long one. I'm just going to spend like 10 minutes to just have a brief read through. I am not planning to read a Google Doc today. I'm just going to read it during the pre-stream since some of you lurkers managed to turn up early for it. 20 lurkers turn up early for this. My goodness. Okay, 20 of you lurkers are fortunate. We will read a bit of this Google Doc. 10 minutes worth of it. Okay. This is the table of contents, setting realistic fulfillment deadlines, update review. We'll find out soon enough. Let's try this. Disclaimers, strictly for educational purposes, and just warning you about doing business with this group. Let's read the TLDR. It is in our opinion that Japanime Games has neglected backers, causing significant distrust through lack of proper communications over multiple concerns. Multiple deadlines missed repeatedly, no communication with backers, updates were given but they were vague and not appropriately addressing concerns, selling of alternate cards seen at conventional associated game with no clear reason why this was possible while not delivering product to backers. Especially given the hefty sum of money they have received and they know the experience with making multiple card projects over the past 10 years or more. While I stated the completion of these extra goods grow the fan base or interest in the game, there's already significant interest in the game given the nature of the VTubing communities. But I'm being communities and the massive funding the project received. However, the distrust created is causing many backers to want nothing to do with the project, blah 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 blah. It's not unusual to miss deadlines for a Kickstarter project. Lack of communication contributes to growing distress, especially looking at prior projects from them. Several years. Okay, same issues. Okay. JPG has been unresponsive to fan concerns, multiple missed deadlines until this week, 24th August, after multiple complaints were filed on Kickstarter. They began to promise to resolve the issue. However, as of 27th, no report of tracking tickets for shipped goods have been noted by backers, and questions by backers mostly ignored. Many backers tried to contact JPG. Unlikely wish to ensure they keep. We believe that if this is not brought forward, the odds of backers getting anything in a reasonable time is unlikely. I wish it was brought to attention. Okay, let's give us. Let's have a general idea. I'm not very into the whole merch commission things, but maybe this is a learning experience for me. If I ever decide to have a merch commission or a plush commission of any sort, I should know better who to do business with and who to not do business with, I guess. Oshi Push. VTuber team card game. Oh, it's Oshi Push. Oh, I'm sorry. VTuber team card game published by Japanime. It launched on May 15, 2024. Funded successfully within 2 hours, goal reaching 50k, reached a total of 503k. Total of 2,101 backers by the end of the period. A goal almost 1,000 times larger or over 10 times the amount asked by its end on June 5th, 2024. You know, if iDubbbz was still iDubbbz and not Anisa's wife, he might have added this to Kickstarter trash. He might have. Funny how things work now. All he cares right now is quote-unquote empathy. Despite overwhelming success as of August 23rd, 2025, Oshi Push and Japanime appear to have failed to deliver a reward to even a single backer. Delivery dates for the backers have been pushed back repeatedly. Many Kickstarters fail, but the main issue with Oshi Push, despite failing to deliver a single reward to their backers, appears to be selling card sets and giving away cards at conventions and events. Okay. Yeah, despite failing to deliver a single reward to their backers, they are selling card sets and giving away cards at conventions and events. Priorities, am I right? Priorities, am I right? Oh, while appearing to neglect the people who made this all possible, while we understand the need to market and push a product, the particular selling of sets, picture in particular, is what most backers take issues with. Aha! I see that. VTuber cut sets. They're not given to backers, but they're sold freely in the indie conventions. And another one? Archive. I get the idea. Keep in mind the original asked for 50k and received 503k, well beyond the original. Go ahead, it's understandable you want to do more, but you should have a lot more room to work to ensure your rewards go out to your backers within a reasonable time. As it is right, they are the reason you can operate. And bro, welcome. I'll finish this introduction and we can actually take some time to read this, either in our own time or if you all want to, maybe next week. Maybe Tuesday next week. This dossier will delve lightly into JPG and what we believe be through incompetence or other means and absolute neglect of duty and due diligence to backers of the project as well as other projects. Keep in mind, while you read through his documentation, that some of us are personally affected by this matter as backers of Oshi Push. It's possible that we have been affected by this in a way that has altered our perception of the situation. You are encouraged to check all links and scrutinize all information provided and come to your own conclusion. Okay. That is a good starting taste of what has happened. I will bookmark this. When we get the chance to properly peruse the contents of this, I will take a read. Okay? For now, I will go back to something that I am planning to just calm down and do again. Oh, Mountain Dew. How things have changed. Do you remember Mountain Dew? A lot of Toho fans wouldn't remember Mountain Dew. This was Mountain Dew. I'll show you how things have changed so much. How things have changed so much. How things have changed
Old Spice body wash can't block odor for 16 hours.
How things have changed so much. This was Mountain Dew. I cannot believe how much things have changed. He used to make crazy memes. Meme videos and video edits. Always so popular, and look what happened. I cannot imagine this is the same Mountain Dew. What a shame. But we can take some time to read Mountain Dew's Google Doc when we get the chance as well, okay? For now. I'll give you a little bit of a teaser. I have a few things in my back burner. There are a few things. You can guess What are my projects? Can you guess? Can you guess what are some of my projects? Can you shut up about banned milk, Zephyr? Shit. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. I should not have said that word. Ah. No. It's all your fault, Zephyr. It is all your fault. It is all your fault. I blame you. I blame you. I blame you completely. It is all your fault. Oh yeah, I forgot to turn off the Twitch chat. There we go. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Victim blame. Zephyr is a victim of what? Excuse me? Zephyr is a victim of what? Excuse me? Tell me. But would you all like to guess what are... It's kind of hard to guess, isn't it? It's kind of hard to guess, honestly. It's kind of hard to guess. I reckon it is a little hard to guess, but you know what I'll do? Let's show you a little bit of a teaser. This is one of the projects that I've been at the back burner for a while because I don't know how to properly implement it. They're all mine. They're all mine. These are all my different projects. These are all my different fanfiction projects. They're all mine. Look, Chan, they are all mine. So, this one, the first one, very interesting idea that I had. This was a very interesting idea that I had. And I don't know how well... It is a shame. Let's have a read of this one because I am contemplating something. I am planning something with this, but it's a bit hard. It is a bit hard. Just read a bit. I don't think I've given enough information for you to have an idea what the crossover is. It is a crossover fanfiction. All my fanfictions are crossovers. So, I don't know whether you understand enough what crossover this is, but maybe you will, but let's see. It's just 500 words so far. It's gonna be a bit, difficult for you to have an idea what I'm writing, but let's have a look together. Let's have a look together. Everything was white. Everything was frozen. Trees as high as the tallest towers found in Ferris, and snow that reached to her knees as she continued to trek the calm, snowy forest. Normally a blizzard would be ever present, but today it was an almost uncomfortable calm and quiet. She chalked it up to a calm before the storm. Such is the snowy forest of the far north. Such was the place she called home, cold northern lands of her motherland, unyielding, merciless, cruel, where the strongest survive while the weak perish day after day, night after night. Land so harsh that many over the years who lived here died, but also generous that those who had the will to survive became akin to living gods among those who walked, remnant. Okay? There's a bit of a hint already there. I do not want to hear about VT Jotty English. Let's just talk about fanfiction. My fanfiction, okay? I am very self-centered. I am very selfish. What do you think the first half of the crossover is? What do you think? What do you think the first half of the crossover is? Just a show of hands. What do you think? Guess. Guess. No. The big hint was here. The big hint was right here. The big hint was here. The big hint is this. No. 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 I did not misspell. You well know it is a reasonably big, well, it's a reasonably well-known franchise on the internet. Any big hint, it used to be good for the first 3 seasons, but after the third season, it fell off hard. That's a big hint already. I always talk about this series, and it is, for me, it is bittersweet. This. Oh, Josh 9998. You got it. You got it. Josh 9998, you have gotten it. Yeah, this is an old series. I am only going to care about the first 3 seasons. I will pretend that the 4th season onwards never existed when I write all these fan fictions. I will always pretend the 4th season never existed. Honestly, she had no reason to doubt it. The reality of the life she led had been evidence enough for her to verify the truth of such an idea. If the adults in her life, from her father, mother to even family, friends, and even rivals, that description seemed to be an understatement even. I don't know what state I was in when I wrote something so histrionic. It was in this frozen forest where her father had set a rite of passage of sort, passed down from her father's father and long before that. To her family's credit, the rite of passage was exceedingly straightforward. Some might even call it simple. The problem, however, stems from the demands to pass said trial. Before she had her chance to ponder even further on fond memories of her family and friends, she could finally hear sounds. Sound of feet hitting snow, bumps amongst the monolithic tree lines, furious, wild, and all heading straight towards her. Finally, some entertainment, the young girl mumbled out loud. You see, there is a reason she was in this frozen forest, which was a stone throw from her home, relatively speaking. Getting here on foot took her a good hour or so, but this was nothing more than a stroll in all honesty. Her father told her to go out for a bit of exercise. Well, more like demanded it. Though considering the family she was in, it was more akin to a casual suggestion. The old man often always lectured her about the dangers and shamefulness of not constantly being honed or sharpened. Which is why she is in the frozen forest, and especially while she seemed to calmly and casually trot away under the snow instead of running for dear life at the horde of beasts heading straight towards her. Actually, she held that thought for a bit. She had done fights in the forest for quite a bit. I think I have to... It's good that I'm revisiting this for now because there's some things that I need to... Some things are awkwardly written and I probably have to rewrite them. which is why she's in the frozen forest and blah 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 blah. Their tall tree lines were great for splitting up a horde, picking them off one by one. She wanted something a little more intensive, a little more old-fashioned. Father and mother were always the classical type too. Father and mother were always the classical type too. She started running, despite the heavy snow that would slow down just about any man or a beast. Trotting through it was effortless to her. To further speed up to her destination, she jumped upwards onto the tree lines, jumping from branch to branch, until she reached a massive open field of snow, plains and hills of snow that stretched for miles. Exactly where she wanted to be for the entertainment to begin. A bit too vague, right? I'm not giving you a lot of information of who this character is. I don't think. Oh, Trumpet, thank you for the gifted. I really Zephy, go thank Trumpet. Yup, too vague, and it is too vague. It is too vague. So what I will need to do is to keep writing, isn't it? The problem is that I am exactly where she wanted to be for the entertainment to begin. Let's do this and... Alright. Zephy. Zephy is Zephyr's evil twin. And by evil twin, just like evil Badmin. Just like evil Badmin. Who is actually not evil. Ah, that's Ruby. There's Ruby. And funnily enough, Ruby is... Oh boy. Let me see. How do I write this story? Okay. I want to do some research soon. Let me see. To the feral and mindless beasts of Grimm, this small statured girl was a prime prey. Was a prime prey. I don't know if I should show you my research or not, because it would be telling. It will be a little telling. You know what? I'll just keep writing I'll keep writing as much as I can. Maybe I'll keep writing as much as I can. Because I rely on wikis of the various series I write about as constant research. Was a prime phrase. How do I imagine her to look like? Then I imagine her to look. Let me have a look. And I'm going to give you all a big hint. Since you are here, since 32 of you lurkers are here, lucky you. I'm going to give you I'm going to give you some hints of who this character is now. So this is the first one. I'm trying to get some general appearances. Okay. I am still in the very... And this. Appearance, characteristics, description. Okay. Zena, how funny of you. The girl... Check my subscriber count. What do you mean? Oh, let me check. Oh, I get it. Yeah. I'm gonna make a post about it. I forgot about that. I'll make a post about it. Let me see. What's the color of the mask? A white black mask. Let me see. Her eyes, which was completely concealed with the menacing glow of her mask's red optics. Will you call it optics or goggles? Red goggles? Goggles or optics? Will I call it goggles or optics? I don't know. Do I call it goggles or optics? Yes, this is 1 hour of hangout. Lenses, that's right, lenses. Crimson. I'm good as Merrick. Eyes concealed with the menacing glow of her mask's crimson lenses. The mask, however, did not cover the entirety of her head, as it left her long blue hair, let's see, long light blue hair, okay? Long light blue hair, completely visible and swaying in the wind. Complete visible and swing in the wind while she wore a white blood. Clear. Let me see. I struggle to be civilized, please. What is that? Let's have a look. Let me see. Let me see. This is actually inspired by another fanfic that I am trying to adopt of sorts. The fanfic that I read was something similar, but they use a lot of original characters, and I am not keen on original characters. I do not like OCs at all. If I'm going to write fanfics, I'm going to use pre-existing characters for everything. I am not interested in writing OCs. I don't like OCs, personally. Wow, that's technically me, isn't it? I am the admin. I am Banmin. Don't make me have an existential crisis, please. Do not do that. Do not do that. Please do not do that. I do not like when I get an existential crisis. Okay, let me continue the writing. Oh no. No, both are the same, Embro. Banmin is just what people call me. I am my parents' OC. Understandable? Can we not talk about that, please? Ooh, a three-pointed arrow. She wore a white black. She wore a white black. I mean, maybe I'll get rid all of the slashes to turn them into dashes. She wore a white black cold outfits, like uniform that had padded uniform resembled those of military. And also bearing the same three-pointed arrow insignia. Okay. Okay, this works. Why Why do I need to be safe on the big day stream? I do not get what you mean. Why is everyone talking about OC? Talk about my fanfiction. This stream is about me and writing my fanfiction. In about half an hour's time, it will stop being about me and it will be about a group of other of my friends. Okay? Oh my god, Rena, can you shut up? Rena, can you shut up, please? Can you shut up, please? Let me write my fanfiction in peace. Keep locked in and keep typing. No! The more you try and ask me to do it, the more I won't. Just keep us locked in and keep typing. It's been a minute. What the hell? What the? This is the same that happened to last week's fanfiction stream. I can't write if you keep distracting me like this. I cannot write if you keep distracting me like this. Was bearing the same three-pointed arrow insignia? I'm a bit low. I'm a bit stuck here. This is why this project was in the back burner. It is so hard to. It's very, very hard to write. It is extremely hard to write. Firstly, what weapon should she use? Lurkers, let's stop talking about your OZs and start giving me some brainstorming ideas, okay? Some brainstorming ideas. If S-Death from Akame ga Kill was a character from Killzone, and okay, a character that is a merge of both Killzone and Ruby, what weapon would she use? Okay, Ambrose, shut up and please, shut up and answer this question. Please don't do this to me. Ruby already has a scythe. Okay. My idea is it's a two-way crossover. Ruby and Killzone. It is a two-way crossover. But one of the characters is sampled from Akame ga Kill, which is S-Death. She uses a rapier with Teigu magic in her series. But in the context of Ruby and Killzone, what weapon does she... Rena, can you please shut up? Please? Please shut up. Rena, shut up. Should she still use... She still uses a rapier. Should she still use a rapier? Let me have a look. Is there? Did they say anything about her weapons, equipment? What weapon does she use? I can't seem to remember. She used that. There we go, the rapier. But for the purposes of Ruby, she has to use a weapon. Otherwise, it's not very authentic. It's not very authentic if you are in the universe of Ruby and you do not use a weapon. And of course, Akamigakyu's logic does not fully translate to Ruby and Killzone. Ruby's usage of aura and semblance is very, very limited, unlike with Tegu. Despite her expression being concealed by her mask, her body language, the mild shaking of the mild giddy shaking of her body, and the intensity of her stare of her lenses seemed to indicate that she was itching for the fight to start rather than shaking in fear. Oh yeah, Maxi was here just now. I completely missed you. Welcome to the stream, Maxi. Later, we'll be talking later, okay? Rather than shaking in fear. The girl unsheathed her weapon of choice. What would let me see. A futuristic rig. So many choices. I want something that looks industrial. Just because it's futuristic doesn't mean it has to look so elegant. Well, too pristine. I want something that looks a little more industrial looking. Modern industrial looking. I can't think of a good one. A chain sword. Let me check. Something that similar, that it's kind of similar, but something a little more refined than this. A little more refined than this. Because I want something that is made by something that you can imagine made by this by the Killzone corporation, by this corporation that manufactures Helga's weapons. Something that makes sense in the context of this. Yeah, they produce in the Killzone series. They just produce guns, but what if they produce melee weapons as well? Let me just... An industrial looking rapier. Armored core pile bunker. Armored core pile bunker. Huh. Interesting, I think. There will be 4 characters, by the way. This is the trailer. This is the chapter 1. Chapter 1 is... There are 4 chapters in my idea. Lucas, there are 4 chapters in my idea. The first one is about Esteth. The second one is about another character from a different series. The third one is another character from another series. And the last one is another character from another series. So I have a lot of things to work on with this fanfic idea. The overarching crossover is between Killzone and Ruby, but every main character, quote-unquote main character, is from a different series. So it is basically a multi-crossover, but I'm only sampling 4 characters from 4 different series to make up the main characters in the Killzone Ruby crossover. Do you get what I mean? I hope you get what I mean. An industrial-looking rapier made of the darkest. An industrial-looking rapier. A slick but industrial-looking. A slick but industrial-looking rapier. A slick but industrial-looking rapier that possessed a deep black, a near onyx black blade that had not entirely, but I'm glad you're on. Is it really that hard to understand what I'm going for? Because I feel like I failed as a communicator if you don't understand what I am going for. I feel like I have failed as a communicator if I can't explain properly what I'm going for. Okay, there's a little something in fanfiction that is called a multi-crossover. Normally, in a conventional multi-crossover, you have multiple series from different sources, like a book, for instance, like Harry Potter, Naruto, and suddenly somewhere Star Wars, okay? For argument's sake. And you merge them all 3 together, which is very stupid, yeah. But that's just for argument's sake. But what I'm doing is 2 crossover, is a seemingly traditional crossover. So for instance, like I say in here, Ruby and Killzone, they are the main crossover. But instead of creating original characters to populate this crossover universe, I am sampling characters from other series to act as stand-ins for original characters. Is that a little clearer now? I hope it's a little clearer now. Harry Uzumaki, the Goblet of the Return of the Jedi. Oh my goodness. Okay. Looks like my guests are not ready just yet. Oh wait, are they ready? They are communicating. Ready when you are. Just let me know. I am just streaming early. Alright, my guests will be here soon-ish. But that being said, I'm going to take a short break for now. Maybe about a 3 to 4 minute break, because I will need to get some more things to drink. I will see you in a few minutes, okay? And maybe we can write just a little bit more, and then we will start the whatever the guest is cooking. How absolutely disappointing. Absolutely, absolutely disappointing behavior. How shockingly disappointing. Anyway, we will continue this later. Let me have a look at what the people are doing. Oh, missed the call. Okay, let me... Alright, let's have a look. Have a look. Hold on.
Hello, Bandman.
Hello. I was writing fanfiction for the hour.
Hello, that's okay. How you doing, Bandman? And hello, friends. I don't know if they can hear me.
Yeah, they can hear you. They can hear you very well. The lurkers can hear you
good.
very well.
Hello, lurkers and CISOs. Hope you all going well. Welcome. We are just waiting for Nambo. He appears to have gone dark. He might be getting everything ready, but I hope you're all having a wonderful day, and it appears they were behaving, but they appear to not be, Bandman.
Yeah, they're disrupting my fanfiction. My fanfiction writing, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I can't fully focus. You have been on my stream watching me write, is it? I saw you a few minutes ago.
Yeah. I've been here for a while. I was actually doing some SMG stuff off stream, so that was fun.
Oh, okay.
Doing some private things, for the future. Maybe the lurkers will be lucky. They'll see it soon.
Okay. Well, since Nambo is not ready, I'm going to keep writing, and you can maybe give me suggestions as well. By any chance, have you heard of a little so-called anime called Ruby?
Ruby, yes, I have heard of the anime, but funny enough, I have never watched it. I've never watched it.
Well, I don't regret watching it. The first 3 seasons are worth watching, but anything after the 4th season is trash. Unfortunately. I didn't want it to be trash, but it ended up being very bad. I've been talking about it.
That is something that I've...
Yeah.
That is something that I keep hearing about Ruby. It seems to be unanimous. Like, the start was very good, but from what I'm aware of Ruby, apparently it just went on and on and on.
Yep.
Kind of thing.
It became more convoluted. It was a very simple plot for the first 3 seasons. And the problem is that season 3, it ended with a proper setup for things to come, but they just completely destroy it with random plot points and side characters and convoluted lore dumps.
Yeah.
And it just got really, really bad.
Yeah, that's something that I've heard a lot. From what I've heard, yeah, like exactly that. Like what started off as a really great idea and concept, just I guess it might have just gotten too big, maybe. Do you think that's a good reason for that?
And partially because the creator of the series, he died after only like planning out the first 3 seasons, and of course, suffice to say, the 4th season he had no role in it because he's not alive anymore. So, yeah, it's pretty obvious the quality dropped after he's gone.
Yes, I was actually a bit concerned about potentially bringing that up, because another thing that goes along about Ruby is that unfortunate situation of the creator dying and the massive apparent power struggle behind the scenes of Ruby that I heard a lot at the time too.
Yes.
So.
Yes, and in the end, Ruby just became like your usual Tumblr kind of fantasy story for the writers of Rooster Teeth. And it's so sad.
Yes, it is. Yeah, that's not fun. It was not fun because I saw it all from the outside after the creator's death. Like, just all this bad stuff kept happening, and then like I don't know if you remember the accusation. The one thing I do know about the character, apparently he had like a really bad cat allergy or something, or some kind of condition related to cats. And
Well, some of my lurkers are saying it might have something to do with a very severe peanut allergy, and peanut allergy can be very, very bad if some people have that type of allergy. Literally, your airwaves your lungs and your air holes are completely covered up because of the allergy.
yes, so that is probably what it was compared to.
Others are saying as well he probably lost his life because of an allergic reaction during a medical procedure.
Gotcha.
That also, yeah.
That is probably why then. Yeah, because it was really messy at the time. It frankly, at the time, even from looking outside, just a lot of the stuff that I heard about it was just very poor taste. Just some of the comments that I was hearing. There we go. Yeah, I changed my logo to be a bit nicer for everyone. See, Drake is nice from Nick A, but I thought, you know what? I should change it to my maid outfit. So. Yeah, it's a bit sad, just everything leaving it up.
Yeah, it is extremely sad, yeah. But yeah, whenever I write fanfics about RWBY, I will just pretend the show got cancelled after season 3, and anything happens after season 4, I consider it completely non-canon. Whenever I write fanfiction concerning RWBY. And I'm not sure if you noticed, but you probably didn't notice because you haven't really watched it. But a lot of me, I watched RWBY, and one of the things I did notice is that the art style changed after season 3. So the first 3 seasons, it had an almost MMD Miku Miku dance type of art style, and it was although it was not very detailed, it worked very well, and I think all the characters look really good with that type of art style. But season 4 onwards, it became a little too... I don't even know how to describe it. It tried a little too hard to be like Avatar type of art style. And it did not work. The characters did not look as good at all.
Yeah, because I hear about it nowadays as well. Apparently, I think, did they use Miku Miku Dance as a base before going, I think, to Source Filmmaker or something? Oh, see you, Ambro. Have a good day, buddy.
Yeah. Well, there was a lot of discussion, but I don't think it was very clear whether they used MMD or not. I suspect they did, but it was never really confirmed. I don't think it was confirmed at least. And I didn't really care what they used because it looked good. It doesn't really matter what they use because it looked good.
That is true, because I know, unfortunately, I learned so much of it from the sidelines watching it happen, of RWBY. But remember when Source Filmmaker was released back in the day? We're going back a fair way now. Remember that?
Yes, I remember. Yeah, I remember that. Before Source Filmmaker, everyone just used Gmod. Yeah. Gmod's recordings.
Yes. Yeah, it was Gmod and Miku Miku Dance when people used to try it, if not directly in game. Because I remember people posting discussions about the stuff about RWBY when Source Filmmaker came out. Now, this is 1.0 Source Filmmaker, not today's one.
Yeah.
They're different beasts. I remember reading back a while ago, because it really stuck with me, that Source 1.0 Filmmaker was very unstable. Because I know RWBY tried to make it in Source Filmmaker, but I think... It was like doing stop motion at some point. They were like, okay, we do say 10 seconds worth of recording. We'd have to save the project, quit Source Filmmaker, reopen Source Filmmaker, do another 5 or 10 seconds, and 5 or 10 seconds could be 7 or 8 hours worth of work, maybe longer. Close it, go back and forth, because Filmmaker back then was not the Filmmaker that we have today. Nowadays, it's a fantastic program, and so many people use it now for animation and that now, especially for starters and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I know.
But back
and of
then,
course, kill the what's the game called? Okay, hunt down the Freeman. Oh yeah, all the cutscenes was using SFM.
Now, there's nothing wrong with SFM, but Hunt Down the
Yeah.
Freeman, I think, was actually using a post 1.0 build of Source Filmmaker, and it really showed with the lighting. But yeah, I think Ruby, I think they tried to do 1 or 2 episodes with 1.0 Filmmaker, and I think they actually gave up and just started again in their original platform that they were using. They said, "No, this is no good. We'll just start it again. Just cut your losses and start again."
They should have stuck with some. It's probably a fork of MMD for all I know, but they should have stuck with it for every single season. But of course, Monty is not there to call the shots anymore, unfortunately. So that's kind of a shame.
Yeah, it is.
And
it is.
have you watched any of Monty's videos before he worked on Ruby? By chance, have you watched any of them before? And I also asked this to the lurkers as well.
So. I think so, because I knew of Monty. I keep mispronouncing his name before Ruby.
Monty Ohm.
So,
Monty Ohm. Yeah.
Monty, yeah. Yeah, because I knew of him before Ruby, and I'm pretty sure, but again, Bandman, we're really showing our age now. We're really showing our age.
He was quite famous for his works on his crossover videos. So one of his really, really famous ones was called Dead Fantasy, which is basically a very convoluted but fun to watch crossover of Final Fantasy and Dead or Alive. And there was another one, a shorter one called Haloid, which was also a fun but less convoluted crossover of Halo and Metroid.
Oh, yes. Yes, I have indeed seen these. I literally just looked it up and I found it. Oh, wow. Yeah, that is going back. That's taking me back. Oh,
but
man.
what really sold a lot of people on Monty's style of video making was how he choreographed the combat between characters. It is unique. It is unique. It is over the top. It is basically something that Square Enix animators would love to be able to achieve all the time. And he did it years back.
That is correct. He was a real... I guess you could say he was one of those kind of people back in the day that was a real... What's the word? He wasn't gifted. Like, what's the other word for gift? Like he's really good at something that others can't do. It's not gifted. There's another specific word for it.
Well, I'll just call it min-max. Min-max. He's very min-max on this
savant.
animation.
That's it, love. Yeah, he was a savant.
Oh, savant.
He could just do things. But
Prodigy.
Yeah, he was really good at doing just certain things better than other people. So.
But you know what's the funniest thing is that he is very good with the combat scenes. He's meh with story writing, but it worked for Ruby because people watch Ruby for the combat scenes and people watch Ruby for the simple plot. And it didn't have to be more complicated than it didn't have to be more complicated than it was for the first 3 seasons. It worked in his favor. And for some reason, apparently some writers in Rooster Teeth disagreed after season 3.
And
so
I
like
what Love's... Yeah.
Yep.
Love also brought up a good point. He really was a workaholic. Yeah, that was another bad thing as well about him. And I like what Lurker-chan said. Maxi, the woman is making a Ruby x Killzone fanfic. She has long since exposed her status. Yes, I'm not going to say that word.
I am neither man nor woman. I am an entity. You cannot pinpoint me.
Band status. There we go. Good enough. Hey, Bandman, is the Honorable Scholar Vasari going to be in this story, maybe?
I've got interesting ideas for it, but there are 4 characters. Of course, because everything in Ruby, the teams are all in 4s. So the first one you already probably understand is probably Death from Akame ga Kill. Have you read or watched Akame ga Kill?
Yes, a while ago. I'm a bit out of it, to be honest, but it was a while ago, yeah.
A little bit of a Had you get a chance to like watch me read through this little project, this little work in progress by any chance, from start to end?
Not from start. I did have it on in the background while I was doing the off-stream SMG stuff, and I had to mute it,
Okay.
unfortunately, while we were doing some stuff. So, but I think
Alright.
I have the general idea for it in that case.
Okay. Do you know Killzone enough?
Yes, I do. I love Killzone. I
Excellent,
actually used
excellent.
Killzone.
Excellent.
I actually
but
used Killzone setting during school for something, and
Okay.
it got me into a lot of trouble, but it was funny.
yeah. Killzone. You know what? You know what was the biggest tragedy for Killzone? The writers created such a nuanced lore for the different factions. No factions were wholly evil, but no factions were wholly good either. But the problem is that the games do not reflect the lore, and there is so much disconnect between the game and the game's plot and the lore. I do not know why. I really do not know why.
The thing is, with that problem, it's one of the reasons why they had to stop making the Killzone games.
Yeah, it became
Is that
too gray. It became too gray and inconvenient.
not only that,
Yeah.
but they really showed it at the end of Shadowfall, and I'm kind of glad that's where it ended. The Helghast in the end were proven right. All the warnings Scholar Visari gave about the ISA and all that, it all came true. You want to talk about the ending of Shadowfall really quick, for those who don't know about it?
I haven't played Shadowfall, but after playing Killzone 3 and saw the ending of Killzone 3, I was like, okay, this is just... The devs have no idea what message they're trying to convey here. The so-called good guys destroyed an entire planet they had no right to destroy.
Exactly. In that case, Bam, if you want, I can very quickly just go over it if you'd like, just so you're aware in the chat. Would you like me to?
Yeah, just go over. Just go over.
Okay. So for the viewers who don't know what happened at the end of Killzone 3, the ISA, the supposed good guys, effectively committed an act of genocide by destroying the resource on the planet Helgen, which killed billions upon billions of people. Shadowfall takes place back on Vector, with the last few survivors of the Helgen species now on the planet. Now, just by this ending alone, a lot of people, it's one of the reasons why it was such a long time for Shadowfall to come out, because you had people on both the ISA and the Helghast supporters in real life say, okay, the Helghast from this point on are the good guys. Everything that they have worked up so far, they are 100% in the right going forward. And
the only real sin they have well, from me playing the games, I'm just judging it based on what I have read and what I have played. The real sin is that they were brutal almost to a comical degree, and they were also sinners in their own way, but also the devs did the very questionable decision to make them look like space windmill gangsters. I don't know. If they're gonna make villains look like villains, at least make them comically villainous and not create such a vague and such a grey storyline and grey lore. It's a disconnect.
That's right. Now, from that as well, just to show the problem with that, like I said, the Helghast for a lot of people are the good guys going forward, because, like you said, yes, there are very greys. Yes, some people are not good. There are not bad people there as well. They're just kind of stuck in their situation. As the saying goes, of course, there is no excuse or justification for such pointless death, right?
Yeah.
And at the end of Shadowfall, you actually play as a member of Visari's family. I believe it's actually his daughter from the intro of Killzone 3.
Yeah.
And how Shadowfall ends, and I'm going to try to say the right words to not get your channel in trouble, Bandman. The ISA leader is basically the funny man, the funny windmill man. And he is actually saying that, and
The
he
irony.
is
That is the ironic.
like the very end of Shadowfall has you playing as Visari's daughter,
Yep.
as the ISA man is literally
Go
saying
full-
that.
Yep. I can imagine a parallel to what happened in the early 1940s. I can imagine that. Yep.
Yeah, because he's literally having a speech where he's about to announce the final battle to officially rid the universe of the Hellgas forever. And
Oh
as
my
you are
God.
playing the end of the game,
That is a little
you
too
are actually
under the nose. Yeah.
yeah,
I get it.
because in the last few missions of the game, you're actually literally stopping that from happening, because the ISA soldiers, as you are playing, like as you play as the Visari's daughter, they are literally saying that I cannot wait to go into the zone and finally get my first confirms on that kind of lane, you know?
Oh my God.
Because the game actually ends with the windmill man saying that from today the Hellgas will be extinct. We will finally be free of these people forever. The galaxy will be at peace. And he's literally doing his hand gestures about to condemn the remaining of the species to their end. And then, of course, Visari's daughter aims her rifle because she finally accepts that this is never going to end unless everyone dies. And she goes for Keller, like the main character who literally discovered, like, holy crap, we're going to have like a second one. And the game ends when you shoot him, and that's it.
Interesting. I wonder if the higher ups who made Shadowfall was aware the writers did something like that. This is basically a proper subversion of tropes. A proper one. It's not like all those for the sake of it, but it's like a proper subversion. And it's for some reason it is finally following lore to an extent, which is.
Yeah.
But of course they had to cancel it.
Yeah. Because the biggest complaint at the end of Shadowfall, and I love how it was unanimous on both sides, people were literally saying that the Hellgas are not the bad guys. They were actually the good guys all along. Scholar Visari was 100% right. There was even talk about, like lore-wise, people were saying like, you know what? Visari wasn't as bad as, like now you have all the games on. They actually say, you know what? Visari wasn't as bad as people say he was. It turns out he was actually potentially the best guy that we had. Sure, Earth gets nuked, or there was a plan to do it. Yes, there was war and conflict. But when the ISA is quite literally doing the exact same things.
And as you say in the end of Shadowfall, the ISA is literally spouting something straight out of a windmill gangster speech. How do you even explain away in such a way? Oh, they wear white and blue. Obviously they're the good guys. Oh, and Hellgas wear red and black. Obviously they're the bad guys. That's a little bit silly. Really.
It is. I like the fact that to punish the Hellgas back in the day, they were dumped on Helgen with the entire plan that the planet will kill them in the end. But in the end, what happened? It literally made the survivors go, okay, we are on our own. We have no friends. We have to pull ourselves together and prepare, just like what happened in real life, for the next war. But in this circumstance, the Hellgas were exactly right in what was coming in that case. And I love the fact that the ending of Killzone 3 was such a surprise for the fan base that people on both sides said, like, the way that Killzone 3 ended with the death of Helgen, that was too much.
There is no way you can call ISA good guys at all after that. No way at all. And whoever that there were two people. One was your main character. The other one was some guy. I forgot his name, but
Rico?
I hated that character since Killzone 2. He was never
Rico.
a good character. Yeah. He was the one who dropped the bomb. I recall.
It would also be... Now, it also should be added that it is thanks to Rico at the end of Killzone 2 that the entire plot
Yeah,
of
that the
Killzone
entire
3 happened.
yes, he is the reason things got as bad as it did. He was the reason. Without Rico, from start to finish, things would have ended probably a little better, or so much better. Who knows? It's
I
because
like the fact that
yeah.
sorry, you go on. No, you go
No,
on, Ben. Sorry,
continue,
you go on.
continue. No, continue.
I was
I
going to
think
say that
Mhm.
in the lore wise, even Visari was like the other factions of the government were starting to realize that shit. Okay, they're here. We're not going to win, but at least with Visari, like he was right. It turns out his death, Helgen technically did dissolve into chaos, but all it did was make people go, Visari's dead. Who's next? You know, like they're not going to listen.
Yeah. And the worst thing is that this Rico guy never got proper punishment for what he did. Never.
Yeah.
And that really
did you
stung.
Did you end up showing the ending of Killzone 2 to your viewers, Bandman? I think they would really like it.
Oh, the ending of Killzone 2. One day perhaps. But this is the problem. I think I have an idea what Killzone's creators originally envisioned when they created the lore and when they created the design of the characters. Perhaps they were trying to do one of those, the new Druckmann thing, the subversion story. But of course, you make them look a specific way, people are still going to react negatively, and I think they got too scared over what could happen if they try this subversion thing on Killzone. And I have a feeling the narrative was just changed in a panic, like halfway through the development process of the games, at least.
Yeah, because for those who don't know, of course, for the ending of Killzone 2, like you said, Rico the character kills Scholar Visari when they literally have him to arrest him. Sevchenko, the main character, if Rico wasn't there, if it was like, say, Sevchenko or anyone else, he would have Visari would have been arrested.
Yeah, he would be arrested, and we will get a proper. If there's accountability, there's accountability. If there is punishment, there is punishment. But at least everyone gets to hear each other's side.
Yeah, but no. Rico let his temper get to him. He killed Scholar Visari, and his last words from the ending, "The madness begins." Man, I don't even know if Visari knew what was coming. In a
way, in its stupidity, the story's stupidity, it kind of end up being one of the most oddly well-written stories, even if it appears stupid on the surface. I don't know if this was the intention of the writers, but it ended up being like, it's like all those stories where you kind of watch at the start and the midpoint, it's like, this sounds so stupid, this looks so stupid, but at the end, when everything just comes together and you kind of realize, oh, was this what they intended to do all along, type of thing. But I don't know if it was the writers. The writers were intending to do what they did, but it ended up producing that result.
I like the fact that they really shy away. Like, you do hear about bits of it in Shadowfall. Like what's happening in the rest of the ISA, like especially like with the ending of Killzone 2 and like how Killzone 3 started. They do like little tidbits hinting about stuff, like what's happening like in the rest of the galaxy, But I guarantee you, if hypothetically, Bamman, if this happened in real life, like say it happened and like the fleet was destroyed, the supposed dictator was killed, and now like the army is trapped on a single planet, and there would be hell to pay within the ISA. Like, I would love to see how the ISA itself and the people reacted when they found out not only did Visari get murdered, which is exactly the opposite of what they wanted to happen, but now the Helghast have just completely done a 180, and they're like, okay, we're officially, it's Twilight of the Gods time. Like that, we cannot surrender now. They killed the Emperor. Like, remember from Killzone 2, like they gave these wonderful panorama shots of the capital of Helghan.
Yep. Yes.
Just the ruins, the fires, the smoke. In certain scenes, you can hear the screaming of the civilians as the ISA would go out and clear, in supposed combat elements, like buildings and suburbs and all that.
Inadvertently, they created an almost like those whole, the whole bigotry about they all look the same to me. There's an old phrase, they all look the same to me. And the problem is that the ISA, I suspect, they just look at every single Helghan civilian and citizen. They see them wearing masks, they automatically assume that they are combatants. Because the same reason, the same bigot reason, they all look the same to me.
Exactly, especially with how Helghan is, because for those who don't know, Helghan is a very toxic planet to live on. You lose all your hair, you become albino. If you're born on Helghan, you actually get born with a resistance in order to breathe the toxic air, so you don't need a mask. But for everyone else, you have to wear a gas mask. So this is men, women, and children. Bald, pale, everyone's got a mask on, which unfortunately has the red eyes on it. What do you think the ISA soldiers are going to do when they see people in the building? Clap, 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 clap. They don't care. It doesn't help.
It is very...
I liked Killzone.
I'm starting to change my mind on Guerrilla to an extent, the Guerrilla games to an extent, because I'm starting to suspect maybe they did think it through in just a way that I did not expect. But of course,
there's a lot.
Killzone is a dead franchise. Killzone is a dead franchise. There's no way we're going to people are going to revisit or have a proper discussion of the story's deeper themes.
They can't, especially with how Killzone 3 and Shadowfall ended. Pretty much any support for the ISA that was still left at the end of 3 officially ended at the end of Shadowfall, because you've literally got the Windmill Man promising the final solution that is literally in the process of starting during that speech.
And the irony is that it's not a Helghan who is saying those things. It's ISA, the supposed freedom and security good guys wearing white and blue.
Exactly. Like I said, I agree with the ISA at the start of it. But it's like what you said, as you play the games and you read the lore, you're like, holy shit, these guys are the bad guys.
Yeah. And that's the thing. If some people do get mad at me stating the facts as it is, which is I read the lore and I played the games, I saw the ending of Killzone 2 and Killzone 3, then don't make the story that way. Then I wouldn't have to comment it in such a way. That is so silly. This is the problem with a lot of people. Remember I talked to you about the reactionary paradox?
Yeah, right. That was a good one. Yeah.
Yeah. People blame others for reacting to something bad, but they never call out the person who created the bad incident to begin with. They only blame the people reacting, but they never call out what created the reaction. And I think people who are trying to attack others for saying that Helghast is not comically evil, you just support evil faction. I think this is kind of the problem that is happening because of this reactionary paradox. If the lore wasn't so great, if the story wasn't so blatantly written in such a way as to make it even grayer, no one would be siding with the Helghast about this. It's also straightforward.
Yeah. The thing is, if they were to make like a new like a Killzone game with just how they end, unless they completely start again, which no one is gonna play at that point, you would have to play as a Helghast, And it
Yeah.
would have to play immediately from the end of Shadowfall, where you have to be like, okay, am I going to like support like the Hellgast version of the SS, or am I going to be like a moderate? It has to be one or the other. You cannot play the ISA at the end of Shadowfall, because if you play the ISA at starting from Shadowfall, you're either going to get involved to stop what's coming, or you're actively taking part in it. So.
Yes. I mean, I don't really mind if you're playing as an ISA, but I think the only plausible way you can play as an ISA is you realize how crooked and demonic your own government is, and you have even begrudgingly have to cooperate with Helgas, because this is not the way to resolve an issue this serious.
No, unfortunately, the Hellgast have lived very hard lives, and for those who are still alive, who have lived through everything and are now stuck on Vector, which is how things are on, Shadowfall, the fact that they are the way they are, things I would say are calming down,
But maybe one day, maybe in the newer generation, when we have more moderate writers in the video games industry, when the video game industry eventually hopefully resets itself, and people are more adventurous again, maybe they will revisit this story. Because this story had no reason to be as complex and nuanced than it had any right to be. Seriously. It didn't have.
That's one of. Yeah, that's why I love Killzone, and I'm really glad that it ended at Shadowfall. There's no way they can continue it nowadays. It cannot be done. Like Sony, I would say, say hypothetically.
Made an interesting argument. Lagucha made an interesting argument. If extra credits want to be upset over, you didn't choose to play the bad guys, then he should have at least brought up Killzone as an example. That would be so funny.
Yeah. Oh man, it's a shame that we'll never see a continuation of the lore on Killzone, but at the same time, I'm glad it ended the way that it did at Shadowfall, because thanks to you, the main character, you stopped that horrible thing from happening, but then you don't know what's going to happen in the future, and I think that's the best way to end it there.
There's no at this point there's no. It is the best way, given what decisions the writers have made till now. Or maybe that was always the intention. Maybe it was always the intention. It's kind of like, all those old films from the Oscars, like 2007 films, 2008 films. They kind of leave you hanging, but it is a proper closure. You appreciate that it's a proper closure, but it leaves you with questions that you have to answer for yourself. I think it's kind of like that.
Yeah, it is. On the topic of that banment, I know this might be a bit of a silly question, but have you ever played the multiplayer on Killzone 2 or Killzone 3? Like, you ever had a PlayStation 3 by any chance?
Killzone 2, yes. I had a PS3. And yes, and I've also heard... I've heard you... I remember there was a game mode that we always saw, which was like you occupy a space and the propaganda audio changes depending on which team captures it. And I love, and I always find it so ironic when the ISA takes over the capture zone, and it's like some guy on the radio trying to be all like, oh, these people are so evil, they only want you, they are all using weapons of mass destruction, and they will all destroy your lives and all these things. And then when you change off to the Helga side, it's about we are defending ourselves. We are just doing what we can to keep ourselves alive, and it is so different, the narratives. One is saying they are evil, they must be destroyed, they must be stopped, and the other one is just saying we are just protecting what we have with all our strength. It's so you can hear the disconnect again.
I know, because the best part about that game mode is that, Scholar Visari is actually making those speeches where he is saying things like, the sheer will of my people, Blood alone moves the wheels of history. And he's literally saying things like, we are defending our homeland. Look around you. Look at our destroyed homes, our factories, our great legacy. Look at the dead. Look at the dead women and children. And what's the ISA going? Like, oh, we're here to stop the evilness that is the Hellgast and Scholar Visari and the great dangers of the Hellgast. And you're literally fighting in, like, I think one of the maps is literally like a destroyed, like, apartment building or some kind of school or something.
Yeah, the destroyed part of the city, basically.
Yeah, because some of the maps in that game mode, I know one of them was like a library. So you're literally fighting in a place of education. Another one was, I think, was either a school or like an apartment building. It was multiple levels you could fight over. That was my favorite map. I loved playing on that map. It was such a hard map to fight on. Another one was actually fighting over, get this, I don't know if you remember it. It was actually a playground surrounded by apartment buildings.
I saw, yes.
That map is a very hard map to both play attack and offenses on, because since you're actually on a playground and you've got windows on all the buildings that can shoot in all directions, like into the buildings and onto the ground and all that.
Yeah. I think Rebellion is being very deliberate, but they are being very deliberate in a very indirect way. I think they're very deliberate in a very indirect way. I think they want to make you think. As they make the enemies make the people you fight look almost comically evil, but they still want to make you think. And I think Guerrilla is really a big fan of subverting expectations. The problem is that they were not brave enough to make it more obvious, I think.
I loved playing the library and that playground map, especially when you're playing as the Hellgast, as it's literally Visari effectively telling you, look where you are in your home city or your hometown. Look where you are fighting. Look at what is happening around you. Like, especially on that playground map, he's really implying that, what if your kids played on this park? Look what happened. Look what the ISA have brought to this world. One of the things I really like about it is, I know of Visari's speeches, they're very, they're propaganda. That's what they are.
They are propaganda,
The thing is, but he's also from the other side speaking the exact truth. Like what you said, this invasion will not go unpunished, which he was exactly right. Look what the invaders have done. There has to be punishment. There has to be retribution, I love that speech. I used it in school. I got into so much trouble with that speech in school, and I used it for an English writing as an example. They literally thought it was a windmill speech, and I said, no, it's from a video game.
Oh no.
But God.
Oh no.
Well, God, I missed that game.
You kind of have to notice something. There's a lot of speeches that you hear from, like, the supposed moral and good people, and you always notice, maybe it's just me, but I always did notice that all of their speeches from the so-called moral and good, the default good guys, they're always talking about how dangerous A or B is, and how you have to destroy A or B, or you have to suppress A or B, and it's always the same thing. They always call the people A or B psychopaths and evil and all that things. But in this case, how can you actually compare it when you hear the propaganda from the other side? It's like, defend your home, protect what matters most to you. How do you explain that? I don't get people who enter into all these arguments. I remember I saw a lot of arguments on Game Facts back in the day, after Killzone 3 and Killzone 2, and there was still a lot of arguments about, if you actually have sympathies for Hellgast, you obviously support the windmill people, and it's so simple-minded. I feel that's the best thing I can describe.
Yeah, I remember from one of the speeches that you actually get, it was one of the big crescendos for the chorus in that case, and that really drived it home when you were playing like that game mode on Killzone 2 when you heard the speeches going in that case. And I remember it so well. Visari said, "Our cradle, our homeworld, our Helgan." And imagine you're hearing that speech when you're literally fighting in like the bombed out remains of like a playground and apartment buildings. You know, you're the defender and the ISA is just bringing hellfire and brimstone to this city. You know, one of the reasons why people love playing as the Hellgast in Killzone 2, which I'm sure you probably felt the same way, is that your reason to fight was literally in front of you and around you.
Yeah.
You know?
To an extent, yeah. When I play multiplayer, I didn't play Helga's side because like, oh, evil people look cool. But it was like I almost feel disgusted playing as ISA to an extent because look at what they have done throughout the whole story. That was what I was feeling. Maybe I was being a bit too sensitive on that, but that was really what I was feeling.
They really got that emotion so well on the Hellgast, especially in the multiplayer. I bet they took a massive risk having that speech game mode in. But my goodness, the going got going on multiplayer, especially when you played as the ISA attacking those points. It's as if the players were getting so sucked in, like they were role playing, like they were getting just so invested when they heard Visari literally saying, "This is your home. Look what has happened. Look what is going to happen if they get past you to the next area." You know, and when you played as the ISA attacking those points, it was like you were, I'm sure you were probably like it, Bam, it was like you were fighting dragons, you know, like the Hellgast absolutely refused to let those points go when they heard Visari doing his speeches. Yeah.
Yeah, that is true. Which is why I want a lot of people to understand that this is a very rare commodity even till now. A rare mental commodity even till now on the internet. And what people need to understand is they have to read, they have to hear, they have to see, and they have to draw conclusions from proper critical thinking. They can't just react on vapid surface level stimuli like, oh, person wears black and red, therefore he is villain without question. Or person wears white and blue, therefore he is good guy without question. They have to read and understand empathy. Remember, this like IDUP say. IDUP say he should walk his talk, but again, he has to talk about empathy. And the problem is that there's too little empathy in even with internet discourse.
I like the fact that
people love talking about empathy. They love talking about, oh, you have to be empathetic, you have to understand people, but when you actually are put into a situation where you have to properly understand people, they completely fall short or they refuse to do so. And the perfect example is people like iDubbbz right now, unfortunately.
I like the fact that the voice actors that they picked for not only Visari, who is actually a Brian Cox, I believe his name. He's a very famous actor and voice actor. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Brian Cox, C-O-X. I think it is Brian C-O-X. Is that the way it is? Brian. Yes, Brian Cox is the Scottish actor. So I'm sure as soon as people hear him, they're going to recognize who he is. They hit it so out of the park picking him to be Scholar Visari, especially for those speeches in the multiplayer, because in the multiplayer, the ISA speech was actually the main character from Killzone 1 who became an admiral. I've forgotten his name. He's a very good voice actor.
Yes, I kind of remember his Jensen? No, I have the wiki up right now. Let me see. I have the wiki up right now. I will have a look and see whether he's there.
Templar. It was, his name is Templar.
Yeah,
Jen Templar.
Jen Templar. He was pretty decent guy. Yeah, he was a pretty decent guy. He actually was civil to an extent to Helgast people, and he actually tried to converse with them, but of course the bad blood was too deep, and there was no way, they were way past talking terms in most situations already.
Yeah. Because in Killzone 2, Templar is the speech giver for the ISA, right? And like what you said, the speech on one side is like, oh, we have to stop the Helghast. They are a danger to galactic peace. We have to do all this. We have to do all that. But the thing is, the tone on both speeches is completely different.
Yeah, Jen.
Templar is talking.
Yeah, he was monotone. He was almost like he didn't care about what he spoke. He's just saying it because he has to at that. That's what I felt as well.
Yeah, because Templar was just talking in a very flat monotone. He was safe up in space. He's like, we have to stop the Helghan. We have to bring back galactic world peace. The Helghan, must welcome in freedom and liberty and democracy. And there's no urgency in his words. There's nothing there. And then you have Visari, who of course is in the Imperial Palace in the same city that you are fighting in. He's going on, our cradle, our home world, our Helghan. This invasion will not go unpunished. Literally, as the fighting is raging on around him on his own home planet. Completely different. It shows this, what would be a good word to? It's like how would I say it? Like, you can see which who's going to get what if what side wins, sure, the Helghast are not exactly angels, but at the same time, their homeworld is being invaded,
Oh.
The ISA have come here not as friends, but as enemies. And oh, see you, Zero. You have a good day, buddy. Have a good one, man. Good to see you, man. Oh, Haze, what a disappointment that was. Oh, yeah. I am so glad I did not pre-order that game.
The Halo killer. Always of this killer and that killer. The age
Can we
of
talk
the
about that
Halo
really
killers.
quick, Bandman?
Yeah.
Did you play the demo by any chance, Bandman, when it came out just before the game got released?
No, I didn't play Haze. It did not look appealing to me. But I got to watch someone play Haze, and it didn't look good, and the story didn't look good either.
Nah. I'll just very quickly go over it, just so you're aware. They released a multiplayer-only demo of Haze before it released. And that demo was actually a different build of the game that got released, right? The multiplayer was like, I think I saw it. You said it earlier in the chat. I think it came out around the same time or sometime after Killzone 2. It was like playing Killzone 2's multiplayer, but in a demo. And people loved it. Like, I actually played the demo at great download cost to me at the time because I was still on a download limit back then. But I will play it and I'm like, oh my God, we've got another Killzone 2. This is amazing. The multiplayer feels so good. And people played the demo non-stop for months until the game came out. And then, of course, Haze came out. They took the demo off the PlayStation Network because more people were playing the demo than the real game. And it turned out Haze that got released was a different version of the engine than what the demo was. And it was a very, very rushed, very low budget game. And it had such great potential. It was so good. It's like, oh man, these are actually like brainwashed kids completely hyped up on drugs.
Can you
following
imagine?
Like, oh, it turns out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you imagine how gaming has actually changed or devolved all these years? Back then, a multiplayer-only game mode is considered a demo. And right now, a multiplayer-only game mode is considered a full-price $80 game. Can you imagine how much things have changed?
Things have changed a lot. It annoys me that you get like these amazing concepts of games like Haze, the demo. You got to see so much potential in just that multiplayer demo that they released. And then the full game came out, and I think it actually killed the company that made it.
They did kill the company, yep. It was that bad.
Yeah.
It was that bad, I recall.
Yeah. God, I love the implications in that demo. Like I was saying, like you've got these young kids, like college or suspected high school dropouts, right? You're given like this suit of power armor that hypes you up full of drugs to make the enemy really bad. And it implies straight away that, okay, something's wrong. Like, the enemy can't be as bad as what they're implying, right?
It
just
had
all this
an
other stuff
interesting concept. Yeah, it had an interesting narrative concept, but it needed really meticulous and proper writing. That's the problem. It cannot be the concept cannot simply be written and just be a throwaway storyline. It cannot afford to be. Yeah.
You know how much that game was here in Australia when it came out?
I suspect it's probably full price, right? As with any other
Yes,
game
but back then in the day, because prices for brand new games were already going down, Sony sold that game brand new for like the first week before they dropped it for 130 Australian dollars.
Oh boy.
That was a lot of money back then.
Was it even worth that price?
No, absolutely not. Because within a week, the brand new game and the collector's editions, I remember it. Within a week of the game coming out, because the local EB Games that was near me was already discounting it by up to half price. I actually got asked by the local EB manager, because that was my local one at the time. He actually said, Max, is there any chance you take one of these Haze collector's editions out of my shop? And I said, depends. How much do you want to sell it to me for? And he said, I'll give it to you for $50. And I said, no, that's too much. And he got very upset and walked away.
Yeah. That is still too expensive for a game like Haze, unfortunately.
Yeah. Even though the collector's edition did come with a lot of stuff, he hated the game. He actually pre-ordered it. He told me that he pre-ordered it because he played the same demo. And he said, I used my staff discount to pre-order the game.
Oh my
and apparently
god. Can you imagine that? When you play the demo and you're having the time of your life, you're like, okay, if I get this, but a full experience, imagine how cool it will be. And you basically get the rug pull under you when the final product came out. Horrible. It kind of reminds me of... Yeah, he reminds me of what was the game called already? The Day Before.
The Day Before. That sounds familiar.
Yes. It was a high-profile borderline
scam.
Oh,
this game, yes. Yeah, the kind of horror game. Didn't this kind of game just kind of disappear suddenly?
It's like a mix of The Division and The Last of Us, but with zombies and in a supposedly open world multiplayer. And it was made by the...
Yes.
This
game. I love... Yes, I now remember this because I think you and I actually spoke about this back in the day.
Fantastic, yeah, fantastic. A group of Russian brothers, and Nintendo, that the whole thing was a rug pull. That's right.
Yeah. Because this game, I think it was in development. Yeah, wasn't it like for
a long time?
For like 10 years before it got announced or something? Or
they claim it was the most wish-listed game when its first trailer got revealed. That was how big it was.
Oh yeah, I remember hearing that. Yeah, because I think you and I were actually talking about it back in the day, and I think it was you, me, and someone else.
Yeah. I also had the game
we all
wish-listed because the pitch looked cool, and the so-called gameplay it looked good when it was shown off first because it had a mix of driving. And refueling and proper exploration, proper looting, proper customization, everything. It looked like a really serious contender for like all-in-one package of survival and social game as well. And it turned out nothing like that.
I know that was the bad part. Man. Such good potential, but yeah, it turned out it was just a big rug pull. I remember when because I'm actually looking it up right now, and it's just bringing back all these memories. Because I think you actually made a post about it as well, when they had both paid and unpaid volunteers. So on the dev team, I think.
Yes, they basically were begging for volunteers at they were begging for volunteers to do their work for them unpaid for some reason. And it was very suspicious when they were asking that type of thing from them.
I know, and I think it was actually either that thing on the webpage or the request for volunteers that made people go, huh? What's going on with this game? And then like people really
Yeah.
started to dig and they started to find like all these
Oh,
problems.
by
in
the
that
way,
case.
Maxi, I just want
Yes.
you probably saw me talk about this game, but if you get the chance, have a look at the upcoming game called Beta Decay. I've talked about it, you
Data
remember?
Decay.
Yeah.
I think you linked me this as well. And
Yep, it is.
yes, you showed
Yes.
me this video. Yes. I'm like, oh
Yes.
yeah, I am looking forward to this. This is going to be really good, I think.
Yep. It is. Basically, it is. Think about. Have you played Kenshi?
Yes, I pre-ordered and I was early access,
Yes,
and I even did
excellent,
some very
excellent.
light volunteering work
So
for it back in the day.
the entire, from what I've gathered, watching all of the trailers and the gameplay, it is a. Long story short, it is Kenshi, but mostly firearms based, and it's gritty, futuristic, and it has the graphics of Metal Gear Solid 1, but it has the gunplay similar to, say, Helldivers.
Yeah. I will add on to those who just onto that as well, Bam. And it's not only that, but it's also taking place in like, say, I guess it could be like, say, a dark age of technology kind of theme.
Yeah, the dark
setting
age
as
of
well.
technology. Yeah.
Yeah.
The pitch that the devs gave was high-tech, low-life, which means that technology was so advanced, but to the extent that it completely ignored anything or it ignored the life of organic people. It's basically advancement for the sake of advancement, and with zero care for how it affects or not affect the people who rely on this technology.
Yeah, and I've just posted the link in the YouTube chat as well for the Twitch page, not the Twitch page, the Steam page of this game. I highly recommend you all go look through it and watch the videos.
Yeah, I'll post it. I'll post it because
I just did.
Well.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think my chat is moderated in such a way that only me and Mo-chan and Lurker-chan can post links.
Right.
So I'll just post it.
Hey Darkness, how you doing, buddy? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, it's me, Maximilian, or Maxi, Bamman's friend. We were going to play some Jackbox, but it turns out we're having way more fun doing this, I think. And our friend Nambo is unfortunately not feeling very well.
The third. Never mind. It doesn't really matter. We can just spend the stream talking about things. So yeah, it's fine. I'm having a lot of fun, and I'm having a lot of good times just talking and just trading stories.
Yeah, because I remember the video that you actually showed me, because as I'm sure you're all aware, when Bamman finds something they really like, they go hard into it. And I remember when you first found this game, you completely fell down the rabbit hole looking at this game.
Two games made me fall down the rabbit hole really deep in recent times. The first one is a game called Forever Winter. And one of my lurkers recommended me the game, but the problem with the game right now, it is unoptimized to hell, and I am unable to properly play on stream without my entire GPU just protesting. I cannot run Forever Winter with VTube Studio and OBS together. So that is a problem. I have to wait till the devs optimize it before I can revisit the game on stream.
Which they are actively working on as well. Yeah, I should say.
I might play the game off stream, but 120 gigs. Unreal Engine 5, it is what it is. Oh, shocking. I have to clear space to install that game again.
It is a very good game. Like I said, as Badman said, the devs are working actively on trying to fix the optimization and all that, but the game itself, especially what it's doing, is very graphically demanding. The setting and the tone is so good on Forever Winter. It is so good.
It is one of those
Yeah.
games where you really don't feel like it's just your typical Unreal Engine 5 game. I mean, even Stalker feels like your typical Unreal Engine 5 game. So
Yeah.
I gotta give props to the devs because their art direction is superb.
It is. I think, especially with the issues that they're having with performance, I think they're slowly getting to the point where they've kind of realized that they might have picked the wrong engine for their game. I think they're slowly
Yeah.
getting to that final part of acceptance.
It
But
was,
the
it
devs,
was
like I
up to
said,
me, honestly. If you're up to me, I would either use CryEngine or Unreal Engine 4. Unreal Engine 4 still looks great in so many games. Look at Ready or Not, it's still Unreal Engine 4 last I recall. And it runs
Yeah.
properly.
I think CryEngine would be a much better choice than Unreal Engine. But look, it is what it is. The devs are working really hard to try fix those performance issues, and they are making leaps and bounds. Like with each update they do release on it, so they are working on it. But it still has a fair way to go. But I am happy to wait. Like, when the time comes, Bamman, I would say we will both class it as fixed. You and I should stream it together. It'll be a really fun
For
stream.
sure.
But it's going to be a while before it
just,
gets out.
I don't feel betrayed by the devs, to be fair, but I am annoyed by the bumps that I've experienced with the game when
Yeah.
I got a chance to play it.
That too.
For
Yeah.
real, I still have faith in the devs. The fact that they can come up with something so unique in the current year is grounds enough for me to give them a chance.
It is. It is. I'm really glad I did. Well, I do go back to it every now and then, but like you said, they're working on it. So you know what? They are actively working on it. They are listening to people. Yes, they've had to unfortunately make some very hard decisions with their game.
What was the hard decision?
But I trust them.
Because I haven't been following it since the time I had to uninstall it because it struggled to run while I was streaming. But what did they change?
They're really starting to change a lot of the resource stuff on that case as well. Actually, Bandman, I don't know if you're aware, they actually in March, because this is actually something that made me come back and try it again.
The water system?
The water system.
Yep.
The water system was officially changed. So it's now no longer how it used to be. So
I was put off by the water system because it punishes you for not having the time to play the game, and I could not understand the water system, why it was implemented in such a way.
Yes,
I got a chance to. I think I have idea what you're going to say, but I did also have a chance to have a look at see whether the water system. I follow their YouTube channel, and it seems they changed the water system to what I suggested. Roughly, I suggested water as a currency rather than some kind of a depleting resource, as if you're playing a survival game.
That is exactly right, Bandman. They fought it because, understandably, their original idea of the game was to have that as a resource because, you know, it's water. And in that circumstance, that's a really good concept. But when they actually had it in game, your complaint and my complaint and everyone else's complaint was exactly the same. We cannot play this game every single day, Bandman. We cannot. Unless I win the lotto and we both go full-time as streamers, we cannot play this game full-time with that old water system. Finally, in March, they got rid of it. It's not a depletable resource. It's a currency that you use now. And I think they've actually changed it now where...
Payday. Yeah, you spend some water to start a mission. Or you spend some water to get some specific mission-specific perks for the entirety. I heard that, Yeah,
it is. Oh my God, Bandman, it brought so many people back. And the devs, they realized very early on, they're like, oh my goodness, we've been going down the wrong way this whole time. And it's actually been from the water update, they're starting to make real long-term changes to the game.
And you know, when we complained back then, they were quite unwilling to change it at first. That is
Remember
it,
that?
Yeah.
Yes, it was. I remember Now, look, I understand where the devs are coming from with like their vision of the game, but it was eventually getting to the point like, guys, we cannot play the game if you do not play it like every day. And then it started to dawn on they're like, oh no, we can't have this system in the game, you know?
Wow.
So I'm sure some people really enjoyed it. They loved that kind of role-playing part of
Oh
the
yeah,
game.
there were a lot of
you know?
people defending it. For real, there were quite a fair few people defending the
Yeah.
old water system. But it's not a good defense. They're saying just spend a couple of hours and farm the water. It just takes you 2 hours. What's the big deal? But they don't understand. They don't understand. Some people might not have that time to fill the water up.
I know you don't. I guarantee you do not have 2 hours a day to spend just farming water on Forever Winter. I know that for a fact. I could technically get away with it nowadays since I'm unemployed and effectively a full-time streamer at this point. But even then, when I was playing it, I was like, I do not want to waste 2 hours of my day farming water for Forever Winter.
Yeah, it was part
and
of the
I
reason,
remember, yeah.
It's part of the reason why I stopped playing V Rising. I did not like the fortress depletion, the blood depletion rate for my castle.
I remember that too. That's annoying. God, that's annoying. I remember that. What was the other game, if you don't mind me asking, Ben? Because I think I know the game that you're talking about as well.
Which other game you're talking about? Which one? I've talked about.
No, the one that you said you had 2 games. So one of them was Forever Winter. What was the other game you said you were going to talk about?
Yeah, Beta Decay. The one we started. Yeah, Beta Decay.
Yeah. You know what I was thinking of potentially trying out recently, and I was thinking maybe you and I could potentially do maybe a game night in the distant future, of course, not today, of course.
Oh, just so you know, I just bought Gates of Hell.
Oh, you got Gates of Hell!
It's cheap, so I got it. And I also did a bit of research. It seems you do not need Call to Arms anymore to play Gates of Hell. So I was like, okay, since I got that confirmed, I'll just buy the game.
Oh, really now? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Apparently, yeah. Apparently it's standalone now. An update dropped and it became standalone, I think.
Should I install Call to Arms while we're talking then, Banman?
You can install if you want, but I won't install until after the stream because I do not know whether it will affect my stream speed or not.
Understandable. But I was going to say, you know what we could probably do in the near future, I should say, but we'd have to plan it out. And unfortunately, you and I, or very likely me, I'm sure I could get asked some favors. Aneurysm 4.
Oh, yeah. Aneurysm 4, yeah, I remember that. They drop a lot of updates, but also one more game that I am kind of waiting for, and I was hoping when it comes out we can play together with 2 other people, is this game. It's called Frost Rail, and it's something that I've been keeping an eye on for a while, and I'm hoping it gets released eventually. But think of it as a multiplayer Subnautica, but with a train in the snow instead of underwater.
Okay, then yeah. I'm actually looking at I like what I'm seeing here. Oh, I know what this is based off. Okay. So yeah, you're right. It's Subnautica in winter on a train. This looks very similar to that Czech Legion game that came out at the start of the year.
Which game?
There was a game that came out at the start of the year. I think it was called The Last Train or something. It's basically... Sorry, Bandman. I'll just look it up for you right now.
Okay.
Train. Basically, a game came out at the start of the year, and it's a very good game. I'll just need to find the name, because I tried it out, and I had to refund it, because it wasn't very good on my PC at the time, so I need to buy it again. But it was a game based on the real-life event of the Czech Legion. It was actually fighting in Russia to get back to Europe, to get back to, the Czech Republic or Czechia.
Yeah.
And you're actually on a train on the Trans-Siberian Railway going from, I think, Eastern Russia to Western Russia. And all the problems during the Russian Civil War. It was very good. But at the time, my computer could just not play it, because that was when I had the really old, crappy one that I used to complain about all the time.
Yeah.
This game that you showed me is very similar to that. But of course, it's the same kind of object. Like you're on a train in the winter, but again, it's monsters and survival, that kind of thing.
Yes.
I like that idea. It's very hard to do, but man, I like this.
Yeah, I really like the idea, especially the whole base building part. The only thing that might scare me over this game is whether does it penalize you for being offline for too long a time. That's the only thing that holds me back about it. Because when it comes to games like this, they normally penalize you for not logging back in, and I do not like that type of system.
Yeah, because I'm just looking at the game right now. Sorry, Bam, but if possible, could you actually show the game on stream, like on your screen, by any chance? Is there any chance you could do that?
I can. Yeah, I can show it on my browser. I still have my fanfic browser on, but I can post. So what's the game called?
Frost Rails, yeah.
Frost Rail. Yeah,
I was gonna say
Okay, I'll show Frost Rail to the lurkers. Hold on.
Yeah. Because from what I can see here on the information, it says solo or co-op. So are we talking like it could be yeah. Because I'm just looking at it right now, because I'm gonna go through it. I wonder if it could be like a private session maybe that we can go on and off to, like say like Left 4 Dead, maybe we can just start a game and just go from there, right?
I hope it's possible. Yeah, I hope it's possible.
I like what I'm seeing here. Survive. The Frost hunts you. So it looks like it's going to be something similar to Frostpunk, where you're like escaping, like say the second ice age, maybe, or some kind of something that's happened.
It's probably like Snowpiercer, but with monsters, I suspect.
Snowpiercer, that's the word I'm looking for. Yes. Someone finally knows about Snowpiercer.
Well, I follow Snowpiercer because I subscribe to the conspiracy theory that Snowpiercer is the sequel to Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
Yes, I've watched that same video as well, Banman. It makes too much sense. It makes too much sense, and I hate that. I hate that. Oh my god. Snowpiercer and that video. Oh my goodness. I bring it up with anyone and no one knows what it is, and you're the first person that knows both of those things.
What?
Oh my goodness.
But it makes so much sense.
It does. That's the problem. You watch it and you go, that has to be on purpose. Because I actually watched Snowpiercer again after watching that. And I was like, oh my god. Are they like the same writers on this thing? Or did like a writer go, man, I'm going to be stuck on this low budget movie. I'm going to start mixing stuff into it.
I don't know, but it's Korean. Snowpiercer was made by, I think it was written and produced by Koreans.
It was made by a now very famous Korean, I think it was a director and a producer, but I think they couldn't get it made in Korea for whatever reason. So I think they actually found like a small production company in the States to make it. And it was actually at the time, they actually got a lot of up and coming actors that are now very big for the very cheap.
Yep.
And I think it was actually similar to like Dune, like Frank Herbert's
Dune. Good idea. Lurker-chan recommend we should watch the theory video one of these days.
Yes.
The Snowpiercer and Charlie and the Chocolate Factory relationship. But can you imagine if this was actually canon, how deep the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory lore can go?
Oh my god! If that was the true, oh my god, it would change literature if that was the case, especially going from the how good the original book was to Snowpiercer. It would change the direction of how a lot of things would go in the future, Bandman.
Yeah. But my question is,
in that case,
let's assume it is canon, which Charlie and the Chocolate Factory would be considered the canon version? The Johnny Depp one, the new one, or the old one? I can't
remember. I think it was the Johnny Depp one they referenced to in that documentary. But yeah, we should watch it on stream. I think that'd be really good. We can both commentate on it. What do you think?
Let's have a look. Hold on. Let me find the video. Let's see if I can find the video.
Yeah, absolutely.
Might as well do it since plans have kind of changed. Let me
Yeah.
see.
But yeah, while you're getting that done, Banman, I'll bring it up with the chat. But yeah, Snowpiercer, like I said, was made by the Korean producer and director. They couldn't get it made in South Korea or the ROK, however they want to pronounce it, because no one took it seriously. And we actually have the same kind of situation of Frank Herbert trying to publish Dune, like the first original book.
Yep.
And the same situation which would happen to Frank in that case, in his situation, a company that produced manuals for cars and engines thought, oh, this would be good. Yeah, we'll do something different for our catalog. We'll just do it. They found a small production house, I think, which then became a bigger one, who said, yeah, we'll do it. Why not? Yeah, a train in the cold? Yeah, sure. Why not? That'll be funny. And it just blew up from there. So.
I have the video. Hold on.
So what am I?
Do you want to share your screen with me so we can watch it live?
I'm gonna share. Yep, we'll watch it now. We can commentate. We can pause and commentate off and on.
Yeah.
So here's a video. The title is called "Why Snowpiercer is a Sequel to Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory." Lurkers, if you're here. But wait, let me just. I'm gonna make a post on X for now to just tell the lurkers that I am yapping. So because just to make sure that they are. Just to make sure if they want to chat with me, they can chat now.
Yes, Lurko Chan, it did indeed have a sequel, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, back in the day, but it was so overshadowed by the first, it kind of got forgotten, which is a bit of a shame. I read it a long time ago. It was okay, but like with all books, the first book is always better, you know? I love the concept of Snowpiercer. It is such a good movie. I liked the TV show on Netflix when it was on. I didn't mind it. It was okay.
Give me a few more
love.
minutes.
I believe it was about an elevator. Yeah.
Give me a few more minutes. Just a few more minutes. Give me a few more minutes.
Parasite was quite good. I didn't mind it, OP. I think the sequel to Charlie and the Chocolate Factory actually started with the elevator at the end of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, if I remember. God, we're going back a long time. I should go read it again.
There was interesting amount of foreshadowing actually in the Charlie of the Chocolate Factory story.
Yeah. Oh, man. God, we're going back a long time because I actually watched the original movie back in the day before I read the book, and I actually like both of them. I prefer the movie, you know, just for the fact that Willy Wonka is just fucking with the people that come to the chocolate factory with all the stuff that he's got set up. And I love how it ends where he's just like writing it going, oh man, this whole thing was a disaster. All the stuff that's happened. I love that. That was so good.
All right, let's go. We can watch the video now.
Yep. So whenever you're ready, Bamman, you can just share it to me, so just so I can see it live. We can experience, as the youngins would say, absolute cinema for this documentary.
Okay, I'm ready.
One of my favorite filmmakers is the South Korean director,
you gonna share it to me on
Bong
Discord?
Joon-ho. I remember seeing his film The Host when it came out in theaters when I was like...
Yeah, that might get just so I can keep up at the same time. That's all.
All right.
Okay, so...
I'll start from 0.
All right. Yep, so let me know when you're ready and I'll hit play when you are.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
So, one of my favorite filmmakers is the South Korean director Bong Joon-ho. I remember seeing his film The Host when it came out in theaters when I was like 16, and it blew my mind.
I remember
his stuff
that.
is really dark and quirky.
That's going
and
to feel way
he
back.
didn't really break out in the US in a huge way until Snowpiercer came out. I really, really liked Snowpiercer, but one interesting thing about it was that it reminded me of my favorite movie of all time.
Yeah, Willy
Okay,
Wonka.
I may have lost a lot of you there. How could an incredibly violent R-rated movie set in the post-apocalypse from 2013 possibly remind me of a children's classic from the 1970s? Well, they're both two movies about groups of people that work their way through a large, fantastic structure. One by one, a person from the group is removed in each room until one person makes it to the very end, who then found out that the entire thing was a test because a wealthy industrialist needed to find a new successor. Okay, are you still with me? Because the more I've been thinking about it, the more I'm convinced that Snowpiercer is a sequel to Willy Wonka, and Ed Harris plays the adult version of Charlie Bucket, who took over Wonka's candy empire and who is the one who built the super train.
I love the look of that train.
Before
it is
I
such a
start
nice
getting
looking train.
into the specifics, let's take a look at the broad commonalities that these movies have. Both of the plots heavily revolve around economic class structures, children, food,
Yep. Yep.
and I mean food in a big way.
I know what people taste like.
Roast beef and a baked potato.
But most interesting of all, both of these stories thematically examine sacrifice, choice,
Oh, my cat has
and
popped up.
free
Hello,
will.
Storm.
There are a few moments in Willy Wonka, if you think about them, play into the idea of fate and the roles that certain people are destined to fulfill.
Do you ask a fish how it swims?
No.
Or a bird how it flies?
No.
No, sirree, you don't. They do it because they were born to do it.
I am a hat. You are a shoe. We must each of us occupy our preordained particular position.
Aha.
Just like Willy Wonka was born to be a candy man, and you look like you were born to be a Wonkerer.
Curtis, this is your destiny.
Now let's look at the hard facts.
Yep.
Remember that Willy Wonka
you wanna pause
specializes
it there?
in
We'll have a bit of a
creating
quick
two
chat about that.
different things in
Yeah.
his factory.
Yep. What do you have to say?
I've always liked that little bit from that movie where Willy Wonka was born to make chocolate and we were born to be Wonketeers. I think a lot of people will agree with that kind of that kind of destiny. Like, yeah, I'm happy to eat Willy Wonka's chocolate,
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
I
that is-
love that.
Yep.
I just love the fact that Snowpiercer and yes, hello Storm. I know you're here, Bubba. Just like it's very right. Like there was something else about it as well. Like there's actually a very similar kind of situation in that case for those who don't know it. Bam, and I know this may be a silly question, but have you ever heard of Paul Blart Mall Cop by any chance?
Oh yes, I love those shows. I love the shows, and of course
Yeah,
the memes. You know, back in 2016 and 2015, there is Paul Blart memes everywhere of varying levels of edginess.
I know, they were so good. But I actually watch a podcast by the name of Death Blart. Till Death Do Us Blart. Have you ever heard of that by any chance? I think you'd really like that.
I don't listen to podcasts often back then.
Yeah. Well, I'll just very quickly go through it. So, Till Death Do Us Blart, or Death Blart, is a group of 5 friends who, on the same day every year, watch Paul Blart Mall Cop 2 and discuss what they've seen and all that. And it just gets more wild and wild as the years go on. But they kind of also discovered that Paul Blart Mall Cop 2 is suspiciously similar to not only Die Hard 1,
Yeah.
but Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon pairs too well with the movie. Have you ever heard that album by any chance?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't normally listen to that many rock albums, but tell me about it.
Yeah. So Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon is an amazing audio. It's amazing music. I highly recommend Bama to just listen to it one day, right? And you'll enjoy it. It's really good. The only thing, however, is that several movies suspiciously follow that album so well like Paul Blart Mall Cop 2, I think so far is like the most accurate version of it, because with how the songs go,
Yep.
the movie pairs up to that song so suspiciously well. Like, it's
Yeah.
not like, oh, hey, the tone is the same. Oh, the tempo is really good. Like, they actually did an episode on Deathblood listening to it.
Yep.
And I think the guy that did it, I think he got up to money. He got up to, you know, money, down, 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 down. It's a crutch, like that point. It got to that song, and he actually called it and said one of the writers wrote Paul Blart Mall Cop 2 beat for beat to Dark Side of the Moon. It is that suspiciously close.
Okay,
And-
that's an interesting thought. Anyway, Jelly, welcome
Yeah.
to the stream.
Oh, hey, Jelly, how you doing, buddy? Welcome. But yeah, like, and this is the same kind of situation where, like you know, Willy Wonka is the prequel to Snowpiercer. It's that kind of situation where things are just too similar. They're too close, you know?
Yeah. But I think this is a little more intense for me. There was another very interesting one that I have got a chance to watch back when Death Stranding was just a trailer.
Yeah.
There was one that time quite popular, almost conspiracy theory type of YouTube channel that is over obsessed with anything Hideo Kojima related. And
Yeah.
he tried to explain that Death Stranding was some kind of a sequel to Metal Gear Solid in a way, but I don't know how he managed to do it, but he went into a whole lot of very deep dives on the whole idea that it had Metal Gear Solid is Death Stranding was actually just the code name for a new Metal Gear Solid game called Metal Gear Solid Zero. And I was like,
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
but it turned out to be a bit off. But it was a funny theory though when it came out.
Yeah, because people at the time were so desperate for another Metal Gear Solid game.
And they were in shock when this came out not too long after Konami kicked out Kojima. So they were hoping that maybe it was just an elaborate marketing ploy by Konami and Kojima. Turns out it wasn't.
Yeah, exactly. And unfortunately, I was part of that. But then I saw the Death Stranding. I'm like, yeah, okay, this is not Metal Gear Solid.
This is
This
own
is not
game.
Metal Gear
It's
Solid.
its
This
own
is
game.
something. Yeah.
Yep, it is its own game. Anyway, do you want to go back to the finish your talk?
Yeah. No, I was going to say, Creed said Paul Blart is Bruce Willis's character descendant with hypoglycemia. Yeah, exactly.
It makes sense
That
though.
too.
It probably would make sense.
Yeah. All right. Shall we keep going, Bandman?
Yep. When you're ready, 3, 2, 1.
State-of-the-art food production. And experimental modes of transportation.
God, that cockroach scene was so hardcore back in the day.
Oh my god, I'm gonna pause. I am reminded of that CNN article and World Economic Forum.
Yeah.
Cockroach milk.
That's disgusting. Even that topic, I cannot believe CNN really, really wanted that to be big.
I don't know. And I got a commenter. I think it is from X. But he said something so stupid. He said, "Why are you so against the idea of drinking cockroach milk if it's possibly healthier than proper milk?" And then I say, "How do you?" And then he mentioned something that he kind of outed himself as talking nonsense. All it takes is a handful of chemicals to create cockroach milk. Why are you so against it if it's healthier? That's the problem. You use chemicals to make cockroach milk drinkable. That is already the problem. And this commenter did not understand that problem.
Exactly. People don't seem to understand how many chemicals go into these kind of products to make them fit for human consumption. Like, it's getting to the point that some of the stuff that you see out there, like, understandably there are going to be people who might like have like dietary requirements that they have no choice but to have it.
Yep.
Oh well, it is what it is. Unfortunately, in that circumstance, you just got to work with what you got. But especially,
And
like,
I
say
do
for a
have
lot of
an-
this, like,
yep.
yeah.
Go, could you
No, you
finish
go
it?
on. Sorry. I was going to say,
Okay.
a lot of like this alternate food, you have a look at the chemical list that they put in and the flavorings they get in, and
Yes.
it's just too much. Yeah.
Yes, it is shocking how much unironically unhealthy things you add in to make the so-called superfood edible. It is shocking. And you know there is another topic. Yeah, could you finish it?
Yeah. No, I was going to say, yeah, I think, oh, you're going to talk about the same thing, I think, so keep going.
I don't know if we are talking about the same thing, but it's something that disturbed me when I talked about it 2 years ago on X. Do you remember the case where there was this individual who used to be a biological man, but went through the surgeries, and for some reason this used to be biological man thought it was a good idea to ingest a whole bunch of chemicals to artificially cause self-lactation and feed what came out to a baby. Do you remember that story?
Yes, that is actually, unfortunately, no, it was something different, but that's okay. I thought we were going to go the same way with the food, but that's okay. But yes, I know the exact one that you are talking about.
I went into an argument with an idiot. With a complete idiot, and this guy had the gall to tell me what is the problem with feeding what came out of that individual to a baby. So I linked them to a bunch of studies, and I think there was one of the biggest problem was it's called a specific type of protocol. I can't remember the protocol's name, but it had a lot of problems because it requires a whole bunch of chemicals to even induce that type of reaction from that individual. That's the first part. And the second part, where I first brought that up first. I brought it up first to this individual saying what's wrong with that. They just say, not necessarily. People who have cancer also can create this situation, can also naturally have this type of lactating effect. And again, can you listen to yourself speak? This is a problem. I made a stream a few days ago. It's like people don't think before they speak. So I'm thinking, can you hear yourself speak? One situation is immense amounts of chemicals created the liquid that you're forcing a baby to drink, and secondly, liquid that is being generated because someone has literal cancer cells and you're letting a child drink that too. Can you not hear yourself speak? How is that safe? That's basically the point. Oh my god.
Exactly. Because the story that you were talking about, the very big concern that it brought up, which was completely valid, is that the chemicals that person was using to make the milk is going to be completely laden with those chemicals.
Yep.
So,
or it contains cancer, or it contains radiation because of cancer.
That too as well. So.
Yeah, that was a
but
very hard segue.
But it leads to the same thing here. Like that cockroach scene in Snowpiercer, that was a massive shock. Like, it's implied that there's horrible stuff in those bars, right? And I think they're going to talk about it in this as well. But just seeing that huge machine full of those cockroaches. Oh. See, it's stuff like this why he couldn't make it in Korea. He had to come to the West to go get it made. So.
Yeah. This is some World
I think it
Economic
was-
Forum level. If World
Yeah.
Economic Forum had their way with the entire globe, this is our future. I think, in my opinion.
Yeah. One thing I like in the movie is that when people are eating these bars, and no one likes it. Especially in that little bit at the start of this documentary where you see that guy just so reluctantly taking those bites out of that bar. Like he was in his body was openly protesting to not eat that bar, and he had to force himself to take that tiny little bite. You know?
Yeah.
I love little touches like that in movies, and that it really builds the world building for me. I love that stuff.
Absolutely.
All right, shall we keep going, Bamman, or?
Yep. Okay, let's go. 3, 2, 1.
And he does all of this in a factory that is completely sealed off from the outside world, meaning that Wonka has the technology to make a food-producing factory that is self-contained and self-sustaining.
And this train is a closed ecosystem.
Nobody ever goes in. Nobody ever comes out.
With that in mind, let's try to piece together a hypothetical timeline that links these two movies. At the end of Willy Wonka, Charlie inherits the factory. He does his best to continue Wonka's philosophy of decadence and imagination. But let's suppose that Charlie ends up forsaking his last name Bucket and as an apprentice takes on the name of Wonka, specifically Wilfred Wonka. And also, like his teacher, is sure to brand everything with a giant W. Fast forward to 2014. In an effort to combat global warming, the governments of the world agree to disperse the gas CW7. Charlie, now known as Wilfred, is one of the few people that can foresee the devastating consequences of this gas, given his experience in chemistry, which is actually foreshadowed in this overlooked scene in the original Willy Wonka.
Good lad, pour. No, certainly not. This is for very big waltz.
Realizing that CW7 would be too effective in cooling the planet, Charlie devised his only plan that he could to save the rest of humanity, by focusing on Wonka's transportation and self-sustaining aspects and making the Snowpiercer, under the guise that it was simply just another luxury product. Saving all of humanity comes at a great cost, though. Charlie knows that the population is going to have to be strictly regulated in order to keep the train self-sustaining, which is going to involve the loss of human lives.
Precisely 74% of you shall die.
Is it still the same number?
Yes, it still stands at 74%.
This important role that percentages will play in his future is once again foreshadowed in a classroom scene.
Percentages. And for an example, let's take the recent unpleasantness.
Surviving the near extinction of the human race causes Charlie to go completely insane and take drastic measures in order to try and preserve humanity. But it is important to note he still holds on to Wonka's sense of decadence and imagination. In fact, there's a lot of things that he borrows from Wonka's playbook. All of Wilfred's shock and awe manipulation tactics were actually learned from Willy Wonka.
Understood we need to maintain a proper balance of anxiety and fear, chaos and horror in order to keep life going. And if we don't have that, we need to invent it.
When it came time to find a successor, Wilfred even borrowed Wonka's method of hiding messages inside of food.
I want to pause for a bit first, but but I remember, I don't know why, it was something very funny, but when I look at the kindergarten teacher teaching those kids, it kind of reminds me of North Korea. It reminded me of North Korea, and also the old Cultural Revolution styles of teaching. The teachers were that almost artificially animated. This is an odd thing that just came to my head when I saw that scene.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised about that. Again, like I said, the literal.
They brought
this movie
the
is
bit of
very
that
Korean when
Korea.
you look at it.
Yeah, They brought a bit like South Korean fear of North Korean propaganda into that film.
You also see a lot of Korean influences, even though this is, of course, made in California, you know, with that production company. Like, when you watch the movie a few times, you're like, oh, that's not an American thing or a Western
feels
thing.
very
It's
Asian,
very Asian.
It's very distinctively Asian. But it works. In this situation, it works very well.
Yeah, and for those who haven't watched it, I highly recommend go watching Snowpiercer, both this movie that this documentary is based on, but also the TV show, which I believe was on Netflix, that series. That was actually very good. I was pleasantly surprised by that TV show, by how it was.
I should watch it. I should watch the series. I only watched the movie.
I would personally recommend it. I understandably went into it going, oh boy, it's a Netflix show.
It's a spin-off. Yeah, it's a spin-off, silly spin-off.
Yeah. But I watched it and I'm like, man, this is great. I actually really like this. I think it only lasted 2 or 3 seasons, I think. Let me have a look. No. It was really good. Oh, it got 4 seasons.
4 seasons. Oh boy. We might be able to watch it. I might be able to watch it when I have time.
It is very good. I liked it. And I love people were very surprised when this show suddenly came out when there was reference to Snowpiercer because it was like the same kind of reaction. They're like, wow, that's kind of out of the blue. But then people would turn around and say, oh, more Snowpiercer stuff. Yeah, okay.
Wow.
We'll go on.
Okay, that was a little bit of a side distraction. We can continue again. And lurkers, I hope you are keeping track. Okay, 3, 2, 1.
And using spies.
That wasn't what Gilliam and I had in our plan.
What?
Oh, don't tell me you didn't know. Gilliam and I, our plan.
Come in, Mr. Wilkinson. Charlie, meet Mr. Wilkinson.
Pleasure.
Slugworth.
No, that's not Slugworth. He works for me.
All right, pause for a second. Feel free to call me crazy if you haven't already. But don't you think that there's a little bit more than a passing resemblance between Mr. Wilkinson, the spy hired by Willy Wonka to play Slugworth, and Gilliam, the leader of the back section of the train that was secretly working for Wilford all the time? Would it be too much of a stretch to assume that they are in fact the same person?
Yeah.
When I saw that, I'm
timelines
like,
match up, and it makes sense that
Willy
Wilford
Wonka.
would refer
I
to
really
Gilliam as an
and
old
yes,
friend.
they look
And
exactly the same.
The same character adds
I was like,
a layer of
I
significance.
recognize that from somewhere.
Yes.
This moment from earlier.
He played, both of them played their roles really well, like suspiciously well.
I'm a shadow of my former shadow. My day was decades ago.
And the
I know, now looking back at it, you can see like, yeah, he's
might not
definitely
be
a
the only
spy.
character still alive. Fair warning, even I think this next part's a bit of a stretch, so if you want to get back to more reasonable things in this already unreasonable video, just skip to this mark. There's something weird about the passengers in first
the more outer space
that
stuff.
Wilford has in charge of the train. Why would these people who are insane and selfish be left in charge? Well, one could look at it as a deliberate statement of satire, or maybe these were all significant figures from the past. One of the most mysterious and enigmatic figures in Snowpiercer is the seemingly unstoppable and almost mute gunman, Franco the Elder. In a train that's supposedly run out of bullets, how is this man so skilled? Well, what if he's had an obsession with guns since he was a child?
I'm Mike TV.
Yeah.
Well, you're dead.
One can easily see how this young boy with an obsession of fictional violence could grow up to become a deadly soldier.
Like the killings, huh?
What do you think life's all about?
Mike, would you tell us
Wait till I get a real one.
I also don't.
So it basically, I'm not pausing. So it's basically, to an extent, it's personal in a way. Why?
Yeah.
He remembers them from their past. So it's kind of like for old time's sake type of situation, I guess.
Yeah.
I'll unpause it.
Don't think it's
Yeah,
a coincidence that he delivers his first devastating kill on a TV screen. Maybe Charlie/Wilford kept his fellow golden ticket winners around as an example of this twisted sense of mercy.
And Wilford is divine! Wilford is merciful!
Tilda Swinton gave an iconic performance as Minister Mason. But what if Minister Mason is just the future version of...
This is where a lot of I'm starting to notice after watching
Now,
it, a
you
lot of
might
the
think
Korean
I'm reaching
influences as
here.
well coming in.
Yeah.
here because these two...
This whole part is very Kim family. It really is very Kim family.
characters
That
don't-
is something that people also pointed out, like before this video came out, of course, like, you know, like I was saying last time, like when you watch it so many times, you see a lot of the real Korean influences in, like especially with how this girl is talking. It's like, this is, yeah, like he's divine, he is merciful. Like what you said, that's the Kim family right there.
Yeah.
And I like how people who have watched it again, they're like, man, this is a really Korean film. This is a very Korean film.
Anyway, we'll continue. I'm at 9:14. Just letting you know
Yep.
I'm at 9:14. Okay, I'm going to play right now.
Yeah, whenever you're ready, Ben.
seem that similar
Yep, started.
at first. We don't know what Veruca is like after surviving the garbage chute. Remember, her and her father were trapped together, and there's a good chance she narrowly avoided getting incinerated. This could have traumatized Veruca and changed her entire outlook on life. Instead of being ungrateful, she now became too grateful, fanatically devoted to the graces of Charlie, who saved her life.
You people who have suckled the generous titty of Wilford.
But she still keeps her ill temper and tendency to insult people.
You filthy ingrates!
You're always making things difficult.
Now, I understand the idea that Tilda Swinton is playing a traumatized Veruca Salt is a little thin, but there are at least two facts you can admit. They both have fur coats, and both of these characters always enter the room first.
I want to go in first before anybody else.
Ladies first, and that means Veruca.
Mr. Salt finally got what he wanted.
What's that?
Veruca went first.
The last major member of Wilford's posse is the child catcher, Claude,
Uh-huh.
and almost little to no information is given to us about this character. The clearest details we get about her are her body type, her lack of impulse control,
God damn it, Claude, mind the engine!
She's getting sensitive recently.
and the fact that she eats her own blood. And there's a character in Willy Wonka that exhibits all of these tendencies.
The boy's name? Augustus Gloop.
Both of these characters have ravenous appetites, poor impulse control.
I love the fact that they picked a German for this.
And members of the Gloop family are known to eat even inanimate objects.
Oh my god.
Claude might just be the daughter of Augustus Gloop. As for Violet Beauregard, well, I confess she doesn't really fit into this theory. But it is worth mentioning there's another woman with a giant swollen belly. Also, there's a candy in Willy Wonka that could be seen as the precursor to the flammable waste drug Kronel. No, it's not the everlasting gobstopper. It's the exploding gum for your enemies that Mike TV eats.
I told you not to, silly boy.
간단히 말해서 폭탄이 새끼야.
But there's one key signature element from Willy Wonka that isn't present in this linked Snowpiercer theory. But in a weird way, the fact that it's missing proves that these two films are connected. And I'm of course talking about the Oompa Loompas.
I've got a perfect puzzle for you.
Surely, if this was indeed a sequel to Willy Wonka, wouldn't there be Oompa Loompas everywhere working on the train? Well, they would have been if they didn't go extinct. All of Wonka's prior transportation technology was operated by Oompa Loompas. It was operated by tiny people.
The space only allows for a very small person. The engine lasts forever, but not so all of its parts. That piece of equipment went extinct recently.
Maybe it was because of the climate. Maybe it's because there is no female...
Marcia, what an interesting way to say that. Yeah, it's such an interesting way to say that. The parts went extinct recently.
Yes, that is a very specific wordplay that he used. The parts went extinct. Now, that cannot be used in a mechanical term, but you know, technically nothing mechanical is extinct. You can remake them.
Yeah.
But
it's a very specific way he worded it. Yeah. And there is not really much reason for him to word it in the way that he did.
Yeah,
Okay,
and I like how even back then when the movie came out, people were immediately saying, why did he say it that way? That's like, even for villains, that's like certain parts went extinct. And I like how a lot of people went, huh? I know, it's a good... I think it might have been this part or something else that made people go, oh, maybe this could be for Willy Wonka. I think it was something along the lines that made people go, well, what could this be referring to? Why would he say that? It's like when you make your post when a certain someone might say something and everyone goes, what an odd thing to say.
Yeah, there's a lot of what and odd things to say on X. And we would know firsthand, yeah.
Yeah. And I like what Lurker-chan says, especially in a self-sustainable train city. Yeah, exactly. How does something on a self-sustainable train city go extinct?
Interesting. Well, let's continue. I'm at 12:30. 3,
Yep, whenever you're ready.
1.
Oompa Loompa, and thus they can't procreate. But once all the Oompa Loompas died out, Wilfred Wonka needed the next best thing to keep his perpetual engine running. Small children.
That was fucked up, finding that out. That was pretty fucked.
Now, all of this...
You know what I think, I'm going to pause it. I think the biggest reason why Snowpiercer couldn't make it in Korea is because of the way they portrayed the children's role in these films. I think that was the biggest no-no. Because a lot of things in South Korean films, children are the most important. Every single thing.
Yeah.
And the government and the people that they really make sure anyone who plays the role of a child in a show is not played by a child. Firstly, because you watch a lot of shows, high school students are all played by adults, some of them even over the ages of 30. That is how strict they are with the portrayals of children.
I think they do make exceptions if you're like 17 or something in Korea when it comes to teenagers. Like, I think if they need to like... Yeah, but we're talking children. I think. Yeah. I think a lot. So I think it's not only just Asian feeling in general for children, which is a good and bad thing, for stuff like this, but especially for a lot of the stuff that is in Snowpiercer, like especially how we were saying, like once you've watched the movie enough times, you're like, that's Korean. Like you immediately clock onto it where it's from. Yeah. It's also, I think, especially with how Korea the South is in general. Especially with how the bad guys are. It's also, there's some very, very distant ties to the war as well. And we're not going to go into that part of it, but let's put it this, the North did a lot of bad things in the South and it involved children. Okay, we'll leave it at that.
Yep.
So,
yeah.
And
okay.
Yeah, and I'm sure when they see like a not Kim Jong-il doing the things that they're doing in Snowpiercer, and then they bring the children at the end. They're like, no, that's it. No, it's not getting made here. Thank you. Goodbye. So,
I really do think this show would not be able to exist in South Korea. I think no matter how much sway it has. So yeah.
I think it could have been made in other Asian countries. Definitely not South Korea. Japan, I think, would have been a very hard push. Maybe Taiwan, Southeast probably. Asia, definitely not China, probably I think, but it would be a very hard push out in other places of Asia. Yeah.
Taiwan.
Yeah, maybe Thailand.
Possibly.
I think.
Yeah, Taiwan possibly.
Taiwan. But I think in that case you'd have to really push it in that point for places like.
Yeah, but Taiwan at that point, how much of your creative liberties do you have to suppress to get an approval from Asian countries at that point?
Yeah. And especially with how John Hu, I think that John Hu Bong, I think it's pronounced. He's Korean.
Yeah. Anyway, oh yeah, Potato. Roseme just finished her graduation stream.
Oh, that was today?
Yeah, I think it was. But
she's finally free, Bandman.
She's finally gone. But I hope, if she's going to continue VTubing, I hope it's way better than what she has in Nijisanji for real.
Well, I hope she has a wonderful life no matter where she goes, Bandman. And I am eagerly looking forward to any new indie VTubers out there, you know? I think it'd be interesting.
Which see I am from the back rooms. That's all you need to know.
Exactly. Hey, she might pop into the back rooms, you never know.
Anyway,
you know,
yeah, go.
Sorry, just one more thing. It's like what you said. I bet he probably did the rounds around Asia to try to find a company that would allow him to produce this movie, what he wanted to make. And I bet he probably, like you said, reached a point where like, no, I'm losing the movie I'm going to make. Like, understandably, as a producer and a director, you got to be ready to compromise. You can't make exactly what you want. That's just not how it works. Otherwise, no one might take your movie. And okay, you need to flex and bend and make some things, maybe move things around. But I bet he probably did the rounds. I would say he probably spoke to several big companies and he said, you know what? To hell with this. I'm not going to waste my time here. You know what? I'm going to give one of my friends who runs a company in California a call to refer me to some places, and then we'll see how we go. And boom, there we go. We got Snowpiercer made. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's just as well it ended up the way it did, because in the West, the production companies have a whole, back then in around the 2010s, production companies have a whole different priority system. They just want blockbusters. They want something predictable, they want something safe. So probably a pitch like Snowpiercer, you would need a very small production company with a little bit of a risk-seeking mentality for them to accept you. So by end up good enough with the way it did, just as well.
Exactly. I bet there were companies that were willing to take this movie on, but they probably were like, look, we need to change how the kids go, right? Or we need to change how, like, say, the Kims. I bet they were probably referring to as the Kims in the movie when they're talking, like, say, to other Asian countries, right? Or to Korean producing companies, right? I bet they were talking like in private. Look, we need you to change the Kims.
Or even
and I bet he was probably willing to make some changes.
I would say even outright, they just said, this pitch is a bit too out there. They'll probably, some of them will just think that. I think most of the case it will just be that, this pitch is too out there. We don't even know how the audience will react, so it's too risky for us, that type of thing. It can be also that simple.
It's like, exactly. Because I don't know if I'm sure you're probably aware, Bamman, but for a lot of media, especially movies and TV shows, it's like applying for credit at a bank. The creditors, aka the production companies, they got to weigh up the risk versus reward. Like, you know, you might be a really good customer for a bank, like for a production company making really good movies and TV shows, but then if you show up with Snowpiercer, with how the movie was made, you might like, oh, you're a very safe bet. You suddenly become too risky. You're too dangerous, you know?
Okay, let me pause for a while. I'm going to say hello to some of my lurkers. That Kestrel, plans have changed. One of my guests have been, I think, indisposed. So I'm basically just doing whatever I want to do, and Maxi is just here along for a chat and a bit of just talking and having a good time. And OP, good night to you, and go have a good sleep.
Oh, good night, OP. I hope you have a good rest of your night, buddy. Talk to you soon, my friend. Well, goodbye.
All right. So, do you want to finish up? Yep. I'm at 12:49. So 3, 2, 1.
This leads to one big question. Why have I been so obsessed with this? For years. I've literally wanted to make this video for years. And like, this is a really esoteric thing to keep being obsessed about. But I think there's an important reason why it's stuck in my head. It made me appreciate the fine details of these excellent movies. Like how both Wilford and Wonka greet their guests by saying,
Curtis, dear boy.
Charlie, my boy.
And I think they make both movies more interesting. Selflessness is a very important part of Snowpiercer, and Curtis has been longing to sacrifice his arm through the entire movie. In the end, he finally achieves that selfless sacrifice, just like Charlie did at the end of Willy Wonka when he gave up the everlasting gobstopper. And it adds a twisted note to Wilford's final moment when he witnesses a sacrifice against himself that parallels his own. All he can say is,
nice.
And I don't think this theory ruins the end of Willy Wonka by having Charlie turn evil. When you think about it, both movies end with a hug, and with the notion that the children are really the ones that will carry on the future for us. Sure, this is all kind of ridiculous to believe, but maybe it is true, and all it takes is a little imagination. But most importantly, if you enjoyed this video, all I ask is this. Tweet at Chris Evans. Tell him to watch this video and make him admit once and for all that Snowpiercer is a sequel to Willy Wonka. If he says it, it's canon, because that's totally how this stuff works. There's also some more cool stuff.
I think people actually
some original
that
series
came
and
from
ridiculous shorts, you know.
So did Chris Evans actually say anything about this? I doubt he did.
I'm pretty sure he just completely ignored it. So
yeah, but probably one day, if he has a press conference, someone might bring it up one day. Who knows?
maybe someone wants to throw their career away. Maybe.
But it's a fun thought experiment.
It is. You'd be surprised. Like, it might have just been like, oh man, I really like Willy Wonka. Like, how do we know that Bong just like, man, I loved watching Willy Wonka. I'm going to put like maybe a couple of references in it. Like maybe the W is just like, that's it, you know? He's like, oh, I can put W like Willy Wonka. Yeah, I'm going to put that in right there. And it just went on from there, you know?
Yeah. And he made a follow-up. Oh my god, a 2-hour follow-up video of this.
Yes, that was actually I was going to bring up a couple of years ago. He actually went through everything again, and there were actually other references that he missed that other people brought up, and he made a 2-hour-long movie about it. So
yeah. And what else did he learn? I'm probably going to watch it another time, but what else did he learn?
It's a big thing, Banman. It's a big thing.
Does it make his theory more concrete or less concrete?
Both. Like, there are some things in that 2 hours you're like, okay, he's either gone all in or he's just pulling, as us Aussies would say, shit out of thin air, you know?
Oh, no. Oh, no. But on balance, did it make the theory stronger or weaker, in your opinion?
I feel it made it stronger. I wonder if there's like an extended edition of Snowpiercer out there, because I think all this kind of stuff, if I remember correctly, it's all just on the movie, not the TV show. So I think it does reference the TV show a few times, but nothing too crazy about it. I need to go watch it again.
Well, like Chan, unfortunately, it is a 2-hour video, and given that I have a tendency of pausing the video to talk, it might last a little too long for today's stream. So that'll have to do another
That's all right. That's okay, Bandman. Me and Akane, my Akane VR, not Connie Corvoy. We actually. Oh, did you actually end up watching the Gamers Nexus documentary about the AI black market in China by any chance?
I have not yet, but I have heard I have heard the stupidity of what happened after the video came out. Somehow Bloomberg made it an issue. I don't know why.
All right.
I don't know why.
I'll very quickly go through you with it. Bloomberg tried to copyright Trump's speeches because Bloomberg recorded it. Like, Bloomberg was saying, no, we own the rights to this, which is Trump doing like a speech. And this understandably has caused Bloomberg lots of fucking trouble since that declaration was made. Not only with Gamers Nexus, but apparently also with the White House
Fair use
directly.
101, jeez. Fair use 101. The whole point of the video was not about Orange Man. It's about some off-market GPUs in mainland. My God.
Yeah, I'll tell you something else about that as well, Banman. Bloomberg, several months ago, tried to do its own video about the GPU black market. But of course, Bloomberg actually went to the mainland and Hong Kong and tried to literally bully their way into some of these places that Steve from Gamers Nexus went to and talked to. Like, not the exact same kind of people and that, but similar institutions, right? And they, of course, got completely stonewalled. Like, Bloomberg was literally, like, at some point was trying to, like, threaten people in the mainland of all things to get this information.
This is not how you do. Yeah, this is not how you do.
Yeah.
This is Bloomberg needs to learn Asian things. You go to other people's places and other people's hosting you in. The least you could do is be courteous and ask. This is not how you
like,
do
you want to know?
things.
Yeah, exactly. You actually want to know how far Steve went to get this story, to try to do as best as he possibly can?
You can tell me about it, yeah?
He learned Chinese.
That is pretty dedicated. And that is
like, yeah. Sorry, I'll just say one more thing. He goes with some of the interviews. Yeah, some of the interviews that he actually had with some of the colleagues that he met, he would actually say the first part in English just to make his editor's job easy, and then he would ask the exact same question in Chinese.
But it goes a long way.
Apparently this helped him so much in the production of the movie, because understandably a lot of people were expecting him just to relay through a translator, and you can actually see it in the documentary. They're like genuinely surprised. Like, he's not perfect. He's not a native born Chinese speaker, which is totally fine. But everyone that he speaks to, they're like, oh wow, Steve actually speaks really good Chinese. And understandably, there are some things, like, since he's not a born native, he's not going to be able to like word it or pronounce it correctly. But almost immediately, everyone that he speaks to Chinese with the help of the translator, the locals, they immediately know exactly. They're like, oh yes, you mean this, and then they go through the conversation. He's like, oh yes, thank you, and the conversation will go from there. He was able to get information I could not believe that I was hearing. Like, the fact that he was able to speak to people who actually ran some of the black market GPU running, and they were just so casually saying, like how they do it. I don't want to spoil too much, because I think you should watch it yourself, like with your viewers on stream. It is that good. Like, some of the things I was hearing, I was like, oh my goodness. And they're just like, and since Steve has done such a good job building that rapport in those few minutes of starting it up, they're willing to talk about that kind of stuff. It showed that.
I can tell you about one thing. Culturally, in especially Asian cultures, if you as a foreigner or an outsider are able to communicate with the locals in their own native language, instantly it already improves the impression of the outsider in the locals' eyes. And there is no contest about that, because personally, the fact that someone is willing to put this much hard work to communicate with someone, even directly interfacing them with in their own native language, is already quite a lot of dedication and sincerity. And this is also a big thing. There is a place in mainland called Hainan Islands. And the Hainan Islands, they have their own dialect of Chinese, which is Hainanese. And the whole idea is that if you are able to speak with them in Hainanese, they will treat you like family. So it's kind of the same type of reasoning.
Like, one of the things I really liked about how Steve Steve had gone just to learn Chinese. As it was, look, I was expecting him just to relay, but I was not expecting him to spend like 5 months learning like Chinese, Mandarin, Cantonese, right? I was not expecting that. The fact that even during the documentary, like just by doing that, and he would go back and forth because they knew like he was not perfect, but they really appreciated it, right? You can tell in the interviews they really appreciated that he was trying his really hardest, but then would go to the translator. Like they would just say, "Hey, how about I go introduce you to some people?"
Oh.
Like the kind of people that Bloomberg was trying so hard to either find or talk to. Like one of the actual leaders, I think he was like, or like a middleman kind of thing of like these smugglers. He actually introduced Steve to several of the sellers. Like he would sell like these smuggled goods and all that. And they would just outright say that like things like, oh yeah, we pay them this much. And like, here's like their cut, you know, and, or they like say, yeah, here's like the current demand in like, say this part of the Chinese tech industry, or they might say, okay, so these ones are actually legal to import. There's actually no issue with it. But these are the illegal ones, and we just pay, like, say, locals to buy them in the States, and then they might come and visit the family when they come for Chinese New Year, and then we'll buy it off them when they get here. And then, so not only are they coming to the mainland to see the family, they suddenly, like, leave the mainland with, like, $1,000 worth in yuan, you know, on top of that.
So yeah, sincerity goes a long way, and that is something that Bloomberg is incapable of understanding. And I wouldn't be surprised Bloomberg is incapable of understanding. Remember that article I showed repeatedly? How they talk about wokeism is the next big American culture export? That is how they view other countries. They view other countries as above them. People in Bloomberg.
Yeah. I'll actually tell you something funny about that. Have you actually watched that video of Bloomberg trying to, like the current video with Gamers Nexus about Bloomberg by any chance, Bandman? Or not yet?
Not yet. I have been quite busy this week, but I only read about the incidents with Bloomberg.
Right. I'll tell you something funny because it's directly referenced in the video, and it's something a lot of people are talking about. Like I said, Bloomberg actually lost their media rights in the mainland and in Hong Kong due to them trying to make that documentary themselves, right?
Well, what a shocker. Oh no, how could this happen?
And this apparently caused so much strife within Bloomberg itself that for the last few months, they've been worming their way back into the good graces of the government.
Well, not after that little
and then
display.
during this, and then of course the Gamers Nexus video came out, and you've literally got Steve doing his thing, and I think what really ticked them off at that point, because it's one of the main points. Like, is it okay if I spoil a tiny part of this documentary? But you see it coming.
That's fine. That is fine. Yeah, that's all fine.
Yeah. In the documentary, because it's actually in the trailer, Steve spends $3,500 and I love how he says we're going to go local and work with the smugglers, right?
Yep.
He wired $3,500 to a smuggler to get a Blackwell CPU, like one of the RTX 6000s in China, which are all illegal to export.
Oh, yeah.
And he ended up going, I think it was actually, he went to Shenyang, I think, to pick up the video card. And he just walks into an office just somewhere in the city, right? And it's not like a big, scary, dark street that he's going to. Like, he actually thought, like, with his translator, they're like, man, I'm really scared. I don't know where we're going. They actually thought they were going to go meet, like, some really hardcore, like triads, I think they were.
Yeah.
Like the organized crime something in Shenyang. And they were actually, like, seriously considering, like, not going and just writing off the money. But they actually looked up the address, and it's literally just like a normal office building in like the central, I think in what we call the Central Business District here in Australia, in Shenyang.
Yes.
And they went in, and they're like, "Oh, it's just a building." And they actually met like one of their the assistants for like the smuggler.
Yep.
And they have they have tea, they have snacks, they're so happy to meet them. They said, "Oh, hey, how you doing?" and all that. They're doing their nice greetings and all that. And Steve, that he's talking Cantonese about the card, and they're doing like their little, their conversation,
Yep.
And of course, since he's Australian American, they're all asking him questions about America and Australia and all that.
Mm.
And then they say, "Oh, before I forget, here is your video card," and he just hands Steve a factory sealed, imported from America, RTX 6000 in the box with everything. It's completely, it's factory sealed.
Oh wow!
And you can see in the video, Steve cannot believe what he's got in his hands while he's opening it. Like the shock is just so visible in his face. He cannot believe what he's got in his hands right now. And I think what probably was the final straw for Bloomberg when they walked out of that, because they were in there for a while, they were drinking tea and talking and all this kind of stuff about everything, right? They literally show off the box saying, "Well, here it is. We bought a smuggled in RTX, Blackwell in China. Here it is. Here's the serial number and all that. Making sure that it's all genuine."
Yep.
And I bet that caused what we would say here in the West a kerfuffle, in the nicest possible term, Bandman, in both Bloomberg and Nvidia.
Oh boy, this is Bloomberg deserves.
I think you should watch it on stream with everyone, because it's not currently on their webpage. I believe it's actually on their website as well as Rumble and Odyssey as well, because it's even on the Internet Archive as well. I think it would be a very good watch for you, man. I think you'd really like it. It is long. It's 3 hours, but it's worth it. It's really good.
Okay. I will discuss this with the lurkers as well also.
Yeah.
But yeah, sincerity goes a long way. And that's something that Bloomberg has to understand. Sincerity goes a whole lot of a long way.
I just can't believe just the content that they will just have to talk about. Yeah.
You just can't waltz into someone's home and demand things of them. It's the same logic. It's the same logic. You can't just waltz into someone's home and demand things off of them.
I can't believe that Bloomberg, of all places, would go to the mainland and just try to bully themselves into the AI data centers in the mainland. What did they think was going to happen to them? I bet this probably behind closed doors caused a potential incident with China. I wouldn't be surprised if it did that too.
Obviously. Nothing happens in the mainland without the government knowing, so obviously it will cause a problem. Some big name like Bloomberg, it's Bloomberg, especially.
Yeah. I bet. You know what? I guarantee when it hit the chain of command in the mainland, in the government, I bet, say, the ambassador, to the US was furious and probably called the ambassador directly demanding an explanation.
Yeah.
I guarantee it. And look, let's be realistic. The mainland and the US, they're not on exactly good terms. And
obviously
I bet
not.
No one wanted Bloomberg making things worse.
Literally. It is shocking. And they're petty too. Bloomberg is also petty.
They are very petty.
A recipe for disaster for them. They not only are completely rude to the extent that basically mainlanders pull the Marco Pierre white to the unruly customer type of thing on Bloomberg, but they are also jealous and petty that Gamers Nexus got what they could not. That is so to get even, they do a false DMCA claim over some speeches they recorded from Trump. I cannot believe this. This is next level petty.
Maybe you should watch that video while we're here. I think you'd really enjoy it, because it's just like when they follow the crumbs of Bloomberg. Bloomberg started panicking. It's really good. It's really funny.
I probably will, but I will think about it first, because I'm also at the point that I was still like brainstorming with my lurkers when I was writing my fanfiction. So I'm kind of back to this a bit.
Oh yeah, I know, I got that.
You wanna brainstorm? I think we went segue a lot since we were talking about Killzone's
course.
plot.
Yeah, because it's of course. Why not?
Yep. So
Man.
I'm a bit brainstorming right now. You know Death, right, from Akami Got Killed? She's like she's like the she alongside Akami are the poster girls of the series basically. And one of the things is, in the context of Ruby, you know how the weapons are all transformables, right?
Yeah, they all transform into something, don't they?
Yeah, there's always a melee firearm hybrid. So what I'm kind of curious is, what would SDEV's weapon be transformed in terms of a transformable? Of course, at the start, it probably will be a rapier. She always used a rapier in a... If she's not using her magic, she's using a rapier. But I'm thinking, what should it be transformed into? Whether it can be transformed into something.
Can they become like... Look, it's been a while, I will admit it, because it's Ruby. It's been a long time. But those transformers, they can transform into anything, or do they just become like one thing? Like it's like a weapon, a specific...
One melee, one firearm usually. So in terms of Ruby, the main character, hers was a scythe that can transform into a sniper rifle.
I remember that.
Her partner is Vice, and she also has a rapier-like sword, but hers basically has like a cylindrical... She has cylindrical canisters that create different chemical reactions. And I recall that what was the cat girl's name? Blake? Yes, Blake. She has a cleaver that she can use as an SMG, and the last one is Young, the blonde that looks like Marisa. She has a bunch of knuckles that work like shotguns. Yeah. I'm just getting the characters up because I'm like, man, we are going. For me, it's been a while. That's for sure. There we go. Yes, here we go.
Man, things have changed from the old days of Ruby, haven't they, Bandman?
I hated what it has become. And people think I hate Ruby. That's the thing. People think I hate Ruby. No, I love Ruby. Season 1 to Season 3, I loved it. And Rooster Teeth dropped the ball so hard, and I'm just disappointed.
I like how I'm going through the pictures of the characters right now. I can clearly tell, like, we've got Miku Dance for like some of the very early pictures, and you can see like the engine changes with the lighting and the animations and all that. You can really see like a lot of the custom content that they ported in.
Yeah.
Oh. Times have changed, man. That's
and it's
for sure.
so ugly. The new designs for the characters were so ugly, and I didn't like it. In my opinion, I really didn't like it. I don't know who thought it was a good idea to move away from the original designs.
I think it was getting more towards the point that with the march of technology and just how things were changing, I think they kind of got forced into changing what they were using. Because I know on things like Billy and what was the other big Nico Dance? Nico Duga? I think it was.
Yeah. MMD is the... Yeah, and NND Nico Doga. That's Jap
Duga,
Japan
that's it.
YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah. And then you got Billy and all that as well. You can see like as time has gone on, like with how the world is going, they've had to change the engines, because I think there was a point where Miku Dance, I think, effectively got abandoned at some point, and then everyone had to use like a really old version where all the content was before it suddenly got updated into the modern times, I think.
Yeah.
So
but
yeah,
art direction, it went to the gutter. The art direction, it definitely went to the gutter. It's not good after season 3.
I know. It's a shame. It's a shame. Maybe I should go back and watch it one day, because like I said, I think I only watched the very start of RWBY, and then I kind of like just lost track. That's how things were. I should probably go and rewatch it again. Are they still making it by any chance?
I don't know. Apparently, there was an announcement last year about how it was coming back, but evidently not many people were all that interested, because at that point, it's a corpse. It's a walking corpse, RWBY as a series. And even if it got brought back, no one has any faith that Rooster Teeth will be able to do anything good with the series.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm surprised it lasted as long as it did, that's for sure.
They were forcing it to last, unfortunately. Rooster Teeth was forcing it to last because that was the only real thing Rooster Teeth was producing. So they kind of had to force it. It's like trying to make Payday 2 last as long as they did with Overkill. They had to. Until they financially could not.
I like how, sorry, I'm just looking at the model because I'm also examining the firearms and all that. I like how I know so much animation and bodies in general. I recognize immediately that everyone's using the same kind of anime model base with just their changes on top of it. But anyway, yeah, we're going back into the weapons. See, we're getting a bit off topic, unfortunately. Sorry, Bandman. You're always fun to talk to. The weapons. What could we do for the weapons?
This is quite... I know for a fact she will still use a rapier, a very heavy blade rapier, that's for sure, but what it transforms into is what's baffling me right now. I don't know what it should transform into, or if it should transform.
That's what I'm thinking, especially if it's going to be in the Killzone setting. That makes it quite hard as well. So now, just a quick...
Okay, just a quick thing. It's not going to be in the Killzone setting, but I'm bringing Hellgun into the RWBY setting. So Hellgun will be...
the planet. Yeah.
No, I'll make Hellgun into a completely separate continent in Remnant. Instead of a planet.
Right. Gotcha. Okay, so we're going to have a continent of Hellgun. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay then. Now, in that case...
Yeah. And I am expecting that most of the weapons that will be used by even Hellgun students would be produced by Stahl Arms. So we have to take into account Stahl Arms mentality with producing weapons. So in that case, very futuristic, but very utilitarian, but also kind of cool.
Very industrial, as I think will probably be a good word for it too.
Yeah,
because Stahl Arms, Stahl or Hellgun, while it does have resources, it's very basic, and that reflects on the equipment that they use, especially for the rifles and handguns that they use. Very good firearms, but we're getting to the point of end war Germany, they are just steel. Pressed steel at this point. They're just basic. Yes, they're German equipment.
Let me check. I think about it this way. Stahl Arms and to an extent the Hellgun military industrial complex. Their focus is on, when it comes to small arms, they are very old fashioned and more of don't fix things that are not broken. I think that's their approach to small arms. But on the other hand, when it comes to anything that is non-small arms related, it is very cutting edge. So their arc throwers, their form of, what is it called, the ATAC, which is their version of an attack helicopter, but it's like a mech.
Yep.
It's like part mech, part attack helicopter. And then there was one which was called a Mauler, which was like a walking fortress similar to Warhammer's type of Titans.
Yes, those machines. Yeah.
Yeah, so basically, I don't think they do not use comparatively crude small arms because they do not have resources, but rather they are very utilitarian and pragmatic mindset that makes them just
They
rely
work.
on
Yeah.
not too sophisticated small arms.
Yeah. They work. That's the thing. Yeah, that's what I was getting like near the end of End War Germany. Like, there's no flashy bits. There's no polishing other than like where it needs to be. There's no flowery icons or anything. Like, it's a gun. It's really high quality, but it's a gun. Like, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Yes. And it's kind of a sad
Hey,
thing
Zero,
because...
how you doing, buddy?
Oh, Zero is here? Oh, yeah, Zero is back. Zero, unfortunately, the third person who was hosting the Jackbox is not going to happen. So, for the entirety of this stream, it's just yapping and hanging out, okay? But let's go back to this. Helldivers 2, they had their Killzone collab event, and I was very disappointed with how they approached the Helgas weapons. I was very disappointed.
I didn't mind it, but the thing is...
The STA assault rifle especially.
Yeah.
So what do you think about those collab weapons?
They're okay. It's like the SMG that you got. It's like the Uzi that you can get for the secondary. They just racked up the fire rate. That's all it is. So with a 60 round mag, I think it is electrical. I think it is. Actually, with the continent bandman. Sorry, I'm just thinking about it now. Is that going to be similar to Helgen? Like, it's going to be like a storm, industrial, dirty.
Idea. Yeah, I have a feeling something like that. I would say that Helgen is somewhere like bordering grim territory. If you follow if you follow Ruby lore, there's like a place that's almost like a no-go zone for grim territory, and it's like frozen and snowing all the time, and it's a lot more grim than usual. That is the whole idea. And there is an old lore from Ruby, season 1, 2, and 3 lore. I don't care about season 4, but there was a war before. It was some kind of like Vital festival. Basically, that's the whole like peace between nations. But before there was Vital, and there was this whole thing that there was a very big empire that was very oppressive, and a lot of different nations had to fight this empire and destroy it, and it became different states, which formed the background for Ruby. So I wanted to be like, I was thinking the whole idea was that I think I'm going a bit out of your depth, right, Maxi?
That's okay. Yeah.
Well, you can have a look at the Ruby wiki, but there is an old empire called Mantle. You can, if you have the wiki open.
Yeah, which I do. So I'm just looking it up right now. Mantle. Let's have a look. Mantle. Here we go. Was a city in the former kingdom of Atlas? Is that what we're looking at?
Yeah, Atlas was what happened after Mantle collapsed. So my entire idea was that to make, and luckily there's not many lurkers right now because these will be spoilers already, but my whole idea was that I'm trying to explain how Helgen would exist in the Ruby universe, and I was thinking that Mantle, that old empire, was to be basically this version of Helgen's Veta, ISA. That was all I was thinking.
That might be the best way to do it, I'm thinking, because I'm just looking up it as well. Yeah, the destruction. That's interesting. Under the city. It would probably have to be something along the lines of that as well, but in this case, it would just be a habitable city, right? Like, I'm liking some of the pictures that I'm seeing of like the slums and the industry as well of the city. That's actually quite nice. Okay.
Yeah. So basically,
you know what it
Yep. Continue.
Sorry, you go on. I'm just reading the pictures. Sorry.
because I'm trying to give the impression that the plot, the lore from Killzone, I'm trying to retrofit it to make sense in Ruby. So Mental takes the role of ISA or Vecton, basically Vector. And basically they did what they did with the Helgun Corporation, and they just expelled the Helgun from Mental and pushed them further north into the place that is called Helgath. Into the Helgan continent, which is basically a really cold and also very with toxic air, and it's also crawling with grim. So that's basically what I was imagining.
Yeah, it'd be a very toxic, like it would be on the lines of maybe like what would be called in Warhammer a death world kind of thing, like the air is so toxic, like, you know, the normal Hellgas would exist. Yeah, that would actually be quite good. You know what? A good expansion on that would be, instead of just having, like, say, it would have one big capital, the city, right? Yeah. But especially if it's going to be on a continent, there would be lots and lots of like remote, I guess you could say, like fortress towns or cities. You know?
Oh yes.
That.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, what would be a good way to start to get into there? Like, they actually, because, you know, the storm and the radiation is not just going to stop on the continent, right? Yeah, it'll go for a little bit, like, past it. Yeah. Maybe they could, like, taste the air. They're like, oh man, this air is awful. What is going on here?
But one thing that I'm a little bit lost is, how am I going to explain why the air in that continent is more toxic than the rest of Remnant? That is something I kind of have to think of, have to try and explain it. Is it because there's a lot of grim there?
You know what? You know what might be a good idea?
Yep.
Yeah, Grim would be a good idea. Maybe it's a bit of both. I was thinking it's got Grim, but it could also be classed as like a former industrial continent. Like it's just rotten with abandoned chemicals, factories, mines, all this horrible stuff. And, you know, for a long time, it's just corrupted and rotten the land and changed the environment. And then the Grim just make things worse on the top as well. Yeah.
Okay, that might make sense. That might make sense. Concierge is part of the old Mental Empire it's just its industrial base, probably.
Yeah,
before it got abandoned.
When the Empire fell, when the Empire fell, it got abandoned. Like polluted mines, rivers. There's no fresh water. You got to get it filtered, you know. And
because it's so cold, it is constantly snowing there, probably.
And the snow is toxic as well. Like it actually, one of the reasons when you actually like leave, like say the cities, because since the cities are like reasonably warm, the snow doesn't land because, you know, the heat goes around the buildings and all that. When you actually go past a certain point, you then have to like wear the Helgan suits or something similar to it, right? Can the girls, like, I can't remember because I need to watch it again. Can they like put like a protective shield around them maybe or something similar to that?
Aura is their only, Aura is just like a ballistic shield. It's more like a ballistic field. It's kind of like Dune's ballistic shielding in a way, but their own natural energy. But I don't think it really affects breathing though. It only affects bodily harm.
You know what I think would be a good little thing to put in, like I was saying earlier, since the air in that is so toxic, like outside the cities, because, you know you could also mix in as well, similar to like from the original Half-Life 2, they've got like air scrubbers. So if you're in the city, you don't have to wear the masks. Like you can actually walk in and go, oh, finally, air. I don't have to wear the filters anymore, you know? But when they get to a certain point past the cities, even the girls are like, oh, we got to put on these horrible masks, you know, these red, evil-looking masks. And then you go, oh, I can breathe again. Okay. You know,
but I also want to make their mask also a sign of... Again, I also want to make them accentuate that their mask has transcended from a sign of weakness to a sign of strength. That is also another very interesting thing. I love... It's kind of like an insult a counter insult back to the people who oppress them. So it's kind of like, you think it's our sign of weakness, but now it's a sign of our strength. So that maybe that's a bit too making Helga's people not largely use masks is kind of like defeating the purpose of their identity to an extent.
You know what you could do for that kind of circumstance?
Yeah.
Have people wear the masks inside the city. They're like, I don't need to breathe the fresh air. I'm just going to wear this wherever I go. You know?
That does
what
make
do you
sense.
think like that?
That might make sense, but that is something that I will consider if I ever go past the trailer chapters, because I'm making 4 chapters for this specific project for now. And it's like an approach to Ruby's 4 trailer chapters.
Yeah.
So there's a reason why I call this would you like to guess why I call it Project Daughter? The name of this document is called Daughters. Would you like to guess?
Project Daughters with Killzone Hellgast into it. Okay. Oh, that's got me good. I would say hybrids, maybe, like in the Killzone series. You know?
Nope. Something a bit more literal.
Oh, literal.
Yeah. I will just give you a little bit of back info.
Yeah.
This story is inspired by another fanfic that has been long abandoned by someone else. It was also Ruby and Killzone, but I'm trying to make it something a little bit different. But it's inspired by that story, but that story ended up being a little too forced and a little bit too unnatural. So I wanted to make my own that flows a little better and also change the main characters a bit. So there's one thing that I always had a problem in writing fanfic specifically, is that I do not like relying on original characters. And I do not like reading about original characters. And the problem with that old story that I wrote is that it's completely using original characters for the main characters. And I like the idea, but I didn't like the execution of it. So I wanted to do my own. And let's just say the main characters I'm trying to make for this story, which is still a very deep work in progress, is they are characters from different series who are playing the main character roles in this fanfiction.
Yeah, because then, especially if you're going to have the Hellgast, I'm assuming it's just going to be Hellgast that's going to be in Helgen in that case, by the sound of things.
Basically, I'm trying to kind of follow the story from the original abandoned fanfic. So I'll just give you the big overarching pitch is that Mantle has collapsed and now Atlas takes its place. And the reason is because Helgan invaded Mantle and also, funnily enough, they were able to cooperate with the other nations because in Ruby lore, Mantle was basically like a fascist state. No, is basically a fascist state. It was authoritarian to a fault, and it was basically terrorizing every other neighboring countries. And this whole idea was that Helgan has been aggressive, warlike culture, and because the war is essentially over and all that is left now are basically more Grims everywhere, they are trying basically the leader of Helga, I think might as well be Scholar. He wants to make Helga's society a little more balanced, less focus on war and a bit more on peacetime and just mutual security. But of course, and that they do this by sending representative students to go to Beacon Academy. That's the story.
Wow, that's going to be a massive culture shock in that case for those Hellgast girls in that case.
Yeah.
Or the kids that go, I should say. That's going to be a massive culture shock. You know what? I think would be a good little character bit in that case for that? Especially, I'm assuming it's going to be, a group of female Helghast meeting the
It's
Ruby
just 4.
team, the Huntress.
Yeah, just 4.
Yeah. Yeah. I bet there's going to be some kind of, what's the word? Like shyness, right? They're going to hide behind their masks, right? Because they can talk with the masks when you can't see their faces. That would be another good thing to add on as well.
Yeah, possibly. So the whole idea is that the 4 students from Helghast who are representing the whole nation as students of Beacon, they are basically the 4. I might as well just go. All right. Do you have an idea why I call this document daughters now?
I guess they're probably going to be the daughters of either Visari or potentially the upper tier of Helgen.
Yeah, basically, yes, you're correct. The 4 daughters of some of the biggest war heroes and big dignitaries of Helgard. That's the whole idea I have.
That would be a massive change in the culture if that was the case as well.
Yeah.
With how things are changing.
So I have 4 daughters of 4. Would you like to guess who will be the representatives? Who will be the fathers? Would you like to guess? But before you say
okay,
no Visari.
No Visari. Okay.
Yeah.
In that case, I'm going to assume one of them is going to be Stahl. That's a given. We're going to have, what was his name? Again. It's Radek. No,
Yes.
Radek. Yeah, I just looked it up. It's Radek. So we're going to have Stahl, Radek. Damn, Radek's daughter is going to be a fucking hard woman. That's for sure. She's going to be a really hard girl having a father
I
like that.
have an idea who she would be in the. It's a pre-existing character, but I have an idea who she would be.
I would say, because I just looked it up, would it be also what's his name from Killzone 1, like the defector?
Not a defector, no defectors. Loyalists
Okay, so
only.
it's not going to be that character. Yeah. So Stahl, Radek. The only other main character, because I'm just looking it up right now, because I know those two. I remember Joseph Lenti, the officer who was working with the collaborators. Would he be one of them, maybe? One of the fathers?
Nope. I was one of them. One of them you probably don't really. Killzone 3, he appears quite often. Other than Stahl.
Killzone 3.
And he always bickers with Stahl.
Oh, that guy, the guy with the mustache. In that case.
Yeah, Orlok.
Yeah, Orlok, of course. I was like, oh, it can't be Orlok. That's a bit too obvious. Okay, so Radek, Stahl, Orlok.
One more. And one more is, the biggest hint is the chapter I'm writing right now, as you see on my screen on the stream. Who would best fit to be Asdev's father?
Well, you didn't. It's not Visari, of course, as you said.
It's not Visari. It's not Visari.
Yeah. Oh man, this is how far back I'm going. I can't remember. Okay, you got to. I can't get the number 4.
He left a big impression in the game when he made an appearance.
I can't think. Sorry, you have to tell me. You have to spoil this one for me.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Kolbar.
Kobar. This is from Liberation.
Yeah.
Oh damn, Kobar. I didn't even think of that. Okay, Tendon. Damn, I remember that name. That is the psychotic high commander of the Colonel Guard. Wow. Okay, then I was about to say. From the PSP game. Okay.
Yeah.
About to say who is he? Who is he? I couldn't remember. Oh wow. Okay, then yeah, we've got a variety of the upper crust in that case of Helgen society. Then okay.
Yeah. From boots on the ground psychos to basically lot of war type of weapons and arms manufacturers.
Yeah, so we've got the distinctions from the upper class, I guess you could say, to the middle class as well, especially with yeah, okay. Yeah, wow, okay, we're definitely going to have societal differences and cultural differences as well from those tiers. Yeah.
But I think there's not many lurkers, maybe I can still talk about what I have in mind. It'll end up being, if I ever finish the project, it'll end up being spoilers still. I don't know if I should.
Hey, Van, good to see you, buddy. Yeah, I'm joining Bandman today, and I'm in my maid outfit too.
Yeah, today's a slow day, but I expected it because they were under the... I kind of expected it. Fridays are always slow days for some reason. Yeah, Fridays are always slow days. But it's okay.
Nothing wrong with that,
okay.
Bandman.
Yeah. It's okay. It is what it is sometimes. Especially when I'm telling them I'm writing fanfiction. Fanfiction streams is an acquired taste. I do not blame lurkers for being selective.
And then Maxie gets to be called a femboy with only 16 witnesses. Oh boy, I'll never escape that.
Well, you should be thankful it's only a few witnesses.
I know.
Everyone is ready for the weekend. I think everyone is ready for the weekend. That's true. It is always consistently low turn up for a Friday stream. It's not that serious when it's a Thursday stream. For some reason, have you noticed that sometimes on Fridays that people normally don't turn up on Fridays? They turn up on the weekdays more consistently than they do on Fridays. And of course, weekend. Ever noticed it?
Yeah. Well, it also could be the thing that everyone is just trying to get everything done on the Friday.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. Van. Oh, Benmin has a maid now. Maid, go do this, go do that.
Mistress Bandman, I'm trying. I've got a redeem on my Twitch page, which is Talk Like a Maid.
The Generalissimo of the VTuber community has busy things to do.
I know, I've actually got a redeem on my Twitch page that makes me talk like a maid for 10 minutes, and I'm trying to get better with the wording and the pronunciation of words, and people seem to like it.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, that's funny. People always like funny things. Oh! Unirain, aka Like a Rain, has dropped in. Oh my god, hi Benmin and Maxi, you all look lovely today. Was what Leica say or Uni? In this point.
Hey Uni, good to see you, buddy. How you doing, friend?
Of course, Badmin would have fanboy maids. Shake my head. Don't be like that, Lurker Chan. Don't be like that.
That's exactly what Lurker Chan would say, though, Bandman. That's exactly what Lurker Chan would say.
Yes. The legless maid. Oh no.
Oh, you don't know that, do you, Bandman? I don't think I've shown you that bit, didn't I?
Nope.
To make a long story short, the model that I'm using, Kaito, doesn't actually have full legs because of the kimono that I wear.
Oh.
And I actually need to commission some custom assets to have actual legs because I've only just got my feet and my lower legs, not full legs, and I just haven't gotten around to doing it yet.
Oh no. Okay, that's funny. Oh, one day I might commission something one day. I want to add back my V-Tweeter outfit.
That would
One
be
day.
quite good. I think it would look nice to have you with a beret on again. That would be nice.
Yeah. One day, when I have enough funding.
Hey, like I said, Bamman, when I win trademark the lottery, we both go full time. Your artist is going to be very busy, you know.
Actual assets Maxi Lore +1. AS Alcove Maxi Lore +1.
I was actually thinking of potentially getting like a Blue Archive halo for me because I like Blue Archive and I've always loved that those halos that they have to the girls. I think, I wonder if I can get something for me.
His last Batman casual outfit and more Batman v Twitter outfit. Ben Rio, oh. Maybe.
Ben
One day
Rio,
I'll
oh my
cosplay as
goodness.
Rio. One day, maybe. One day.
Why not?
One day.
Maxi headcanon that they just float. Well, I technically do just float, Uni. That's technically true. I do just float.
What other kinds
But
of
yeah, hopefully
outfits would I
similar.
go for if I could afford them? Maxi, let's start with you first. If you could afford another outfits, what others are on your radar?
If I were to get another outfit, like if hypothetically, like we're going to go all in, right? We're going to go like top to bottom, right? New outfit by the sound of things.
Yep.
If I were to get a new outfit, that's a good question. I like this maid outfit, but I wouldn't mind trying other things. You know what I think would probably be a good thing to do? I wouldn't mind trying, especially because I really like the kimono and that I got with my main app model with the changes and all that we've done to it. That's really nice. I was thinking maybe of trying to stick to that theme and maybe get like a mainlander outfit or maybe like the Korean dresses or something like that. I think that would be quite nice. Something different, you know?
Yeah. That will be a good one. Good idea. For me, Lurker-chan, I have a backlog of things that I probably need to get of outfits. Firstly, my V-Twitter outfit, I am obligated to get that if I have money to commission, for sure. And the next one is, good question, honestly. What else? Oh yeah, a sleep outfit. Yeah. A sleep outfit
would
for
be
my
good.
night streams. I'm always envisioning just wearing a nice, comfy pair of pajamas with that. You know, the sleep hat, the usual sleep hat, the Santa Claus hat.
Oh, yeah.
I'm
Hey,
old
Ben,
fashioned like that. Yep.
That's okay. Quick question. Actually, you know what? Because I'm actually having a look at it right now. Say hypothetically, I go get like one of those similar kind of Chinese outfits, not like a Quipao, nothing like that. You know, we're not even going to waste time with that. What do you think? I really like say something that you see on Dynasty Warriors, like those Tanfu kind of region time zone kind of things. What do you think?
Not sure. That one I'm not very sure yet. But ZD, yeah, you're correct. I should get my artist to set me up with a proper reference sheet one day. That is probably something I also should have to do. I'll probably plan them out maybe next year, give or take. Reference sheet for sure, yeah, that's something I have to. We have the front, my artist gave me the front render, but I never asked her for the back.
That would be really good. Because I'm sure you have been told plenty of times, but your creator was fantastic. I love your model. It is so good. It is such a nice model. It is so you.
Yeah, she's very good. She is a very good artist. And just so I'm going to do a bit of plugging for her then, since we are on this
Absolutely.
topic. Hold on.
And don't spoil it, man.
Yep.
Sorry, no, you go on. You do that. I was going to say, I've just linked you something. Don't spoil it, but it'd be that kind of, I guess, setting, but not that, you know?
You know? Anyway, lurkers, if you ever want to, this is my artist, Lilia. She's pretty busy right now, but she's my artist. I definitely like
Lilia
her.
makes she is very good, but like when it comes to stuff like this, you are getting very high quality stuff for the price that you are paying. So
Yep. For sure, for sure. She is, but her quality matches what she requests. So I'm happy to invest in her work.
exactly. And she's Malaysian too, don't forget that.
Yeah, she's Malaysian. So if there are any
There are so
Malaysians
many
out
good
there
artists.
who want to go into VTubing, make sure to hit her up. She's kind of busy
There
right
are
now,
so
but
many
who
good
knows?
artists.
Yeah.
Yeah. There are so many good artists in like Malaysia and Singapore and all that are coming out lately, aren't they? God, they're so good.
They are good, yeah.
But yeah, Bam, and I just sent you a DM. I know the wording is really bad, but it's that kind of style. Something similar, but not exactly that, you know? That I would like to get. What do you think?
Let me see. Oh,
But
that's
more
pretty
male,
cool.
I think.
That's
But
pretty
something a bit
cool.
more male, I think.
No, let me try. Maybe I can find something for you. Let me see if I can find something for you. Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me just hide it so that the lurkers don't get to see it.
But I can tell you right now, from the same kind of mainlander outfit, I'd be happy to wear either gender outfit because, man, I've always loved that style. They look so pretty. They are so nice. You know,
Hold on,
when I used to play...
Yeah?
Sorry.
Yeah, go continue.
I was going to say...
continue.
Whoops. I loved playing back in the day those Dynasty Warriors Empires game. You ever play them?
Yes, I have. I played a fair few Empires games. I love the empire building part of it.
There was so much customization when it came to outfits in those games, especially on
loved it, yeah.
Dynasty Warriors 7 Empires on the PS3.
You can
because
create
if you actually had
your
like
own custom faction. Yes, you can create your own custom faction with custom characters.
not only that, you can mix and match every piece of attire that all the characters had in that game. And if you actually had the other Dynasty Warriors 7 games on the PS3, because each of those games actually had different clothes assets you could import into Empires, you could make complete like Dynasty Warrior friendly original characters. But there was so much female stuff in the game, of course, because, you know, they're really starting to port the female characters into Dynasty Warriors at that point. You got several like historical generations of mainland Chinese, Mongol, Manchu outfits in the game, and I love playing with that. I got to play the Sims dress up in a Dynasty Warriors game, and I used to love doing that back in the day. I'm like, oh, I like these kind of traditional Chinese outfits. Oh, this is Manchu outfits. Oh, I like that. Okay.
I found some really decent outfits actually. Now, let's see if you'll like any of this. Okay?
Yeah.
Let me see.
We're going to show it on stream?
I'm not showing it on stream, don't worry. Unless you want me
We can if you want. Sure, why not? Let's do it.
Alright, let me just show it. It is from, well, Hong Kong series characters, but they do decent outfits, all things considered.
Oh,
look at the
yes,
top
these...
right.
Liu Bei! It's Liu Bei!
This is not Liu Bei, but this is some very...
Something
this
similar.
is a good one. Something similar, yeah.
Yeah.
There's this one too.
Yeah. Sun Quan, that's it, loves. That's more along the lines, yes. It's very... I would like for my next outfit in the distant future, unless I get money very soon, to something go along the lines of like... Yeah, something along the lines of that, you know?
Yeah, this is a pretty
I don't
good
know if
one,
I'd have a
right?
weapon, though. Yeah.
Yeah, no weapon.
That's
but this
nice.
is a pretty good one. Yep.
Yeah.
It's not a proper Chinese, ancient Chinese dignitary outfit without a headgear. That type of headgear. Or as the kids would, or as people currently say, the man bun.
Yeah. Man, I'm not even Asian, and I love this stuff, man. I've always liked this kind of outfits and style. I always thought that was so good.
There's one of the things that I love to. Okay, there are sometimes when I have guilty pleasures where I like to make fun of weebs. And what I love making fun of weebs is that I show them the proto-katana.
The proto-katana. Is that the That's the... Oh, I think I know the one you're talking about. You might need to show me. I think I know what you're talking about.
Yep. Hold on, I'll find a good video to illustrate. Let me see. Why is a good one? Maybe I'll show a photo instead. No, wait, no. I want to find a video. So just keep chatting with me while I look for the video. I'm trying to find a good one that is not clickbaity, but a proper designed.
Oh, while you're doing that, Bandman and chat, guess what happened to me last month? I can't remember if I told you or not, Bandman, but I think you'll all like it, and it's very funny. I got accused of being a pro-CCP mainlander.
What? Why?
Because this is around the time when Steve was talking about like his documentary. This was right at the start of it, about a month or so ago.
Yes.
And I actually, look, I admit, I thought that it was going to fall through because of course it's the mainland, it's the CCP, right?
Yep.
And I was saying in these comments, I'm like, look, I don't think this is going to work. I think Steve could actually get himself into legit trouble, right? Which is understandable, especially where Steve was going. And people were literally calling me a CCP spy, a bot. I'm actually on a list on X.
Why?
Because I don't know. I was just like, I'm worried. What if Steve actually gets arrested? Because, of all the stuff that happens there. Here we go. China troll farms. That's the list that I'm on.
Oh my goodness. Wow. Anyway, this is the one. The music is kind of cringy, so I just muted it.
Bandman, I'm on another list. Oh wow, I must have made someone upset. Oh my goodness, I have to. We can't say what this is called. I'm just going to send you a picture of it in Discord. Oh, what did I do to make this person so upset? That's funny. That is so funny.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, it's this sword. Yes, I loved using this sword in Dynasty Warriors. Yes, I know this one. Yeah, I could put that on the avatar too. That would be really good.
Is a Tang Tao. The funniest thing is that it's a Pong Tao. And the thing about it is, it is a Tang Dynasty creation. And the Han Dynasty happened before the Tang Dynasty. So the thing is, all the swords you see in the Han Dynasty, they are just normal games. Jian, yes, they are Jian, but this is different. This is called Pong Dou, Tang Dao, which is different.
Yeah.
It is a proto-katana. And they haven't really become a thing until the Tang Dynasty. And that was basically the basis for what Japan uses as a basis to become a katana in the future. And of course, it's made for, when it became a katana, it's just made for Japanese users. They added a curve to it. It's straight edge, usually, and it's single edge. And it's also using folded steel. So yeah. Very interesting.
Yeah, because
I love this sword.
Yeah, I know they don't like talking about it, but I know there was a time where a lot of Japanese would say, "Oh no, it's completely homegrown. It never came from anywhere." You know.
Love here.
Oh,
Love
no,
us is not a game. It is not a game. A game is different. I'll show you what a game is compared to a tongdo.
Yeah.
I'll show you what a game is compared to a tongdo. Let me just chat. Let me just help you find it. It is subtly different. A game is double-edged compared to a tongdo, which is single-edged. So yeah, this is a game, a gen, which is very different.
Yeah. I love the rabbit hole that I went down to in school because I'll tell you right now, Bandman, I was very close back in the day of like getting into like translation or like commercial work back in the day. But learning like Mandarin and all the types of like mainlander languages and all that. But I actually discovered through there that I have a bit of a learning disability, and I find it really hard to learn other languages. But yeah, learning about ancient China back in the day in school is like one of my fondest memories, and especially for the history of like Chinese, like I guess weapons and that. It's a wonderful rabbit hole. I love finding this kind of stuff.
Yeah, have a look at my screen. You can see the resemblance to what will become a katana.
Exactly. I can tell just from looking at it. I'm like, so that is the pre-katana, basically. It could be called.
Yes, it is. And one of the things that people get wrong nowadays is that they think a tongdo has a I would say, what is this called? What is it called? A bend? No. What is it called again? I forgot. Angle? The word eludes me. It's straight edge.
Gradient?
It is not. It is straight edge. It's not. It historically is not curved. Yeah, it's not. It's never curved. It's always a straight edge. And this is why when I saw that what was it? That Scarlet Green video where he talks about where someone sent him what they claim to be a tongdo. This Scarlet Green video back. Let me just get rid of this. I'll show you. This one, I was not very amused because this isn't a tongdo because it has a curve. Notice the curve.
Oh yes, I've seen this video. Yeah, because that's something I recognize as well. I'm thinking that's awfully bent. That's not a tongdo. Yeah. That's not straight.
They will call it a tongdo, but it's not. It is a modern misinterpretation of a tongdo. Yeah. They got a lot of things correct except for the edge. Only the edge.
Yeah. Actually, Bandman, just a quick question. Sorry, just to have a quick question to Lurker-chan. Hey, Lurker-chan, just a quick question. With that link you posted, some of this stuff is really, really nice. Are these like whole models or just outfits that I'm looking at? Because some of these are very pretty. I like some of this that I'm seeing here. I'm going to favorite that artist. I hope these are whole models. Because I'm like, man, I would use some of these.
Yeah, Lurker-chan says it's whole models.
Thank you, Lurker. I'm going to favorite that. I'm going to favorite this. Oh, some of these are really mainlander. Some of these look like real Manchu Chinese kind of things. I love that. Oh, I love this one. Okay. Sorry, I got a little distracted, Bam.
That's okay. That's okay. Anything goes in this stream.
Have you seen Face Connect? Yes, my interest has indeed been piqued because I'm thinking in the future of upgrading to a new model. But of course, cost is what's holding me. But some of these pre-mades, I wonder if they make males. That'd be interesting. Sorry. Yeah, keep going, Ben. Sorry. My apologies.
You could go the the Camel Mimi Oji-san Noja-chan and just use a female avatar. Remember?
Banman, can you please check your DMs on Discord, please?
What is it? Yeah? Oh, okay, let me check. Let me just, Okay,
Sorry, Ben.
tell your friend, that's completely fine too. That's fine too. Tell your friend that's fine too. I can play any game, and just so happens I might also want to play Helldivers too. Don't worry about it. Just change the game.
I think Nambo is just potentially laying down. No, I was going to say in your direct DMs, I just sent you a link to someone to the link Lurker-chan sent me on Booth in your direct DMs.
Okay.
So
Okay. Oh,
that
that's fancy. That's very fancy.
I'm gonna
That's
favorite
very
that,
fancy.
man.
That is very fancy for real.
But yeah, I love some of these avatars. You know what? I'm probably going to spoil it. People are probably looking at that link going, what is Maxi and Banman looking at it? And I bet they're probably going, oh, that's what they're looking at. But yeah, did you say like apparently Niji Sanji was using a female model but was male? Did you say?
No, not Niji Sanji. There is a old VTuber from the Seidai Tinwang days. The Four Heavenly Kings days, which is the late 2017, early 2018 days. There was a famous Japanese VTuber who I'll just get you the link and you can have a look. But he became famous being a compelling character, and he was unabashedly male, but he uses a female avatar.
Right. Okay. Yeah, Lurker-chan Booth. I'm still learning it as well, but it's mostly a non-English website, and I'm still trying to learn it. But yeah, hey, Sushi's here. Hey, Sushi, how you doing, doll? Welcome to the stream.
So yeah, it's this one.
Oh, that one. I know that one. Yes, I know the
Yeah.
one you're talking about. I saw them.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Noja-chan basically reminds me of Corvoy now, in a good way. The same charm, the same appearance almost, but modernized. Do you notice that?
Sorry, you just cut out there. What'd you say, Banman? Sorry about that.
I got cut out. Oh, basically I'm saying that the person I sent you, Noja-chan, she reminds me of Corvoy Akane. But more
Yes, I was thinking that exact same. I'm thinking that looks a lot like Corvoy. You know what? Wow, that's from 2017. I am seeing so many other VTubers on that picture that you showed me. Have you shown it on your stream? I think they probably recognize it as well, because the ears and the face, that looks like a certain lovely older lady from Face Connect as well, you know?
Yeah. I didn't know about it. I have talked about the old days of VTubing quite a lot, especially when I had that talk together stream with Armchair.
Yeah. God, I'm loving some of these. Booth is admittedly a bit hard to use, especially being as an Australian, because the English doesn't really work on some of these.
Lurker-chan said, lovely older lady from Face Connect. Do you know how little that narrows it down?
I know. And look, what is this now? I'm like, Kershaw, full judge, be a man, Max. Yeah, but I love some of these outfits and models that we're looking at as well. Especially these very Chinese Mandarin looking ones. Or would they be Manchu, I think, for some of these?
No.
Potentially other dynasties?
No. Manchus have a very distinctive style that is completely unlike Han. Han Chinese style.
Yeah, Han, that's the word I'm looking for. You're right, my mistake. I was like, no, it's not that. It's Han. Yes, Han, my mistake. I was like, no, it can't be Manchu. That doesn't look like, yeah, it's Han. Yeah, very Han looking like, that's for sure.
They're all Han. All of the famous ones are Han.
Yes, it's Han. I know. I keep getting that wrong. I'm going to bookmark these links. Sorry. We're getting distracted. I'm like, oh, some of these are so nice.
Sushi, welcome.
Well, Sushi, that is actually something I think Corvoy has actually been talking about as well. Oh, sorry.
No, I'm just saying hello to the new arrivals.
Yeah. Let me just scroll back up. So there's that one. That's number 2. I want that. Yeah, because I think even Corvoy has been bringing that up as well. Because Corvoy actually owns the Suica model, that very expensive, really customizable one. I think he wants to start using it more, if I remember correctly. Do a shopping stream. Well, Lurker-chan, I need a bit more money at the moment, but oh my goodness, some of these are so pretty. I'm going to favorite these. I'm going to favorite all of these. Hey, chat, if you would all like to help me out in potentially getting a new model, you're more than welcome to come to my channel, twitch.tv/MaximilianENVT, and help me out. We'll do a shopping stream together. Do you think I should go from maid to handmaid? What do you think?
You want to be a 妹仔啊?
Yeah, why not?
你想做妹仔啊?
Yeah. Oh, I've got to try it. I used to speak a very little Mandarin back in school, but just in the last few years, I've been slowly getting back into it.
你想做宮女啊？真係。你知我講緊乜嘢冇？
Bantonese, let's go.
你阿 Max 想做宮女啊？你會諗到冇？
We need to buy Maxi some motion for his arms or flowing hair. That would be good, Ken. I would love to try full motion. That would be fun. I miss out a lot in VR games without it. Get one with big chest so Bandman has a competitor. Oh no, Sushi. What are you doing? Bandman's the Generalissimo. I can't do that. I can't do that to my employer.
Sushi, 唔該你，你冇笠得就笠啊！唔該你。Okay, there was suddenly a few lurkers just start jumping in randomly and saying hi. It's so funny.
As soon as Bandman...
Mo-chan, don't worry about it. Thank you for being here for so long. Really, really appreciate. And have a good day or a good night, whichever time you are at. Have a good day. And take care of yourself. We'll talk another day.
Absolutely, Mod-chan. Good to see you, my friend. It's always good to hang out with you. You have a wonderful day, and I will hopefully talk to you soon. Have fun, friend.
Okay. Hello, Sito-chan. Welcome back.
Yeah, sorry. I'm getting ideas now, Bandman. I'm getting ideas now.
For sure. This is what happens when you go on a window shopping. You will get ideas.
Some of these Han outfits look very nice, and if they're full models, Bandman, you could teach me Bantonese on stream. Class time with Bandman.
Well, it seems originally I had fanfiction streams as a stream goal and a promise to lurkers, but it turns out that I kind of want to make fanfiction streams on my own now. Because
yeah, why not?
Brainstorming with lurkers to write fanfictions that I've been held at the back burner and procrastinating is quite nice.
You should do whatever you want to do, Bandman.
Yeah.
I know you enjoy it. I always like having these kind of streams on at the back. It's always nice hearing you do your band streams. They're so nice.
I'm glad you think that way. I'm always thinking that, am I just boring people? Maybe I
don't think like that.
Yeah.
You know, I know I've said it before in the past everywhere, but I've always loved having your streams on in the back. And Lurker-chan, that's a nice link. Thank you. I'm going to save that as well. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's like what Jazz said, the band yaps. I've always enjoyed your band yap streams, man, but they're always nice. It's always good. It's just a shame that, unfortunately, real life keeps you away from streaming. It's always nice to hear you on.
Yeah.
I always enjoy it.
One day I hope to actually get like a good time for as many lurkers to join in as possible, but I can never really seem to get the perfect time. So what do you think is the perfect time? You probably don't know. Maybe it's a bit of a hard question to ask, but I'm really trying to find the perfect time or the perfect days for streaming. And that's something that I really have to like nail. Some streamers nail it. They just get like the perfect time and the perfect day to stream, and it just so happens most of their followers are available to watch it. And that's something I really need to get more knowledge on.
The thing is, that's really hard to do, Bannerman. Like, in my case, me being in Australia really hurts viewers, especially because a lot of your viewers come and watch my streams, which I absolutely love, because I talk to everyone, right? I talk to everyone on my streams, like you've probably noticed as well. But me being in Australia, it's actually getting to the point now, like since I'm with SMG, like understandably, you know, all my other friends, aka gen mates, they're my friends. Yep. I don't call them gen mates, they're my friends.
Yeah, just
they're all in other parts of the world, so yeah, I just call them friends. I'm not going to call them gen mates. They're my good friends.
Yeah.
With my starts at 10 a.m., that allows me to play with them. And I am happy to start my streams at 10 a.m. to play with them, especially like Nico and Sashi and Evo and Vesna and all that. Unfortunately, it's only for a few hours because they're actually staying up for me. And I don't like that, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because I'm thinking actually maybe in the future while I'm still unemployed, I might do another stream that I watch. Mako Fukusama, who was version, she's actually a shark office lady here in Australia. She's a lovely streamer. You should go watch her. She's really funny.
I've seen her. Yeah, I've seen her pop up on Twitch off and on. Yeah, but yeah,
she's funny. But she actually streams overnight. She'll actually start at 8 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, and then will literally finish like at 5 or 6 a.m. the next day.
Wow, that is a level of commitment that I have yet to be able to comprehend. Truly.
That I'm actually thinking of giving them a try. I don't think like she does like 8-hour streams, I think 5 or 6 times a week because quick lore dump, she quit her full-time job and she's now a full-time streamer. And she is it was a while ago and she's moved as well. She lives with Vivi, another Australian VTuber, because of real life stuff, which I'm not going to get into. But she's now able to not only stream late, but for as much as she wants to, but she's enjoying it now to the point where I think she now streams every day now. Yeah. But at the same time, she also gets to play with her American and European friends now, which again, other VTubers and all that. So that's the thing too. And I would like to try something like that too, you know? I don't know if I could go from 8 a.m. to 6, so 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. I don't think I'm good enough to be that entertaining at that hour yet, you know? But I would like to give it a try. Something like that around that time, going from overnight, you know, because I know, like I was saying, a lot of the lurkers here come and watch me.
Okay. By the way, Lurker-chan, she's giving a suggestion. Basically, she's suggesting something. Let me see. As someone who used to have a regular view of another VTuber, 6 to 8 hour streams every day is quite a waste of energy because your regulars can also get exhausted. That is like a child's worry.
That is something else I'm discovering as well. I do alternate between 4 to 6 hours. Sometimes I might go to 8, depending on the game that I'm playing and plus who I'm playing with as well. But there are also some times where like, man, I am not streaming for 8 hours. I'm gonna like finish it off at 4 and that's it. We're done, you know?
Yeah, for
So-
now I can't go past. Absolute limit is 6 for me. Absolute limit.
Same for me as well. I'm thinking I might start reining it back. Like I still want to stream every day while I've got the ability to do so. But I'm thinking like with you, 4 to 6 hours at the max, unless like I'm playing something that is so good that I'm like, no, we're committing everyone. We're going to play it. Screw the time. We're going to keep playing, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's fine.
So-
Outliers is fine. Outliers is fine. But
Yeah.
I think something like Mako is a bit too hard. I don't know if I'll ever be able to reach that amount of mental commitment to do something like that. I'm not sure. That's the thing.
Yeah, but her streams tend to be quite slow. Like she does a lot of yapping and talking and desktop stuff as well. She's not just gaming.
Yeah.
So, like the thing that she's actually doing right now is that it's finally dawning on her that she can decorate her room now. Even though Vivi has told her that, Mako, you live in a prison cell, please decorate your room. And it's finally, she's moving towards that stage of her like, oh yes, I can do things in this apartment now. With Vivi, I don't need to hide and lock doors and stuff like that. You know, it's taking time, you know, to get there.
Well,
Yes, Lurker, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
Keep games for like
Yeah, that's
moments,
correct.
games, project. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's what I want to start putting
they
stuff
should be
aside as well
special.
for that kind of thing.
Long streams should be special one-off things for very specific occasions. I do agree.
And there's Jazz saying, yeah, Iron Mouse who streams for like 24 hours. Exactly, but Iron unfortunately is on the clock. So she's doing what she can with the time that she has. So 24 hours for her is nothing, you know? In her case, if she wants to stream 24 hours, she should stream 24 hours. Let's not go too far down that hole, Ben. You know, that particular hole. But yeah,
I am very aware
Yeah.
of her situation. Very aware. I think most people are aware
Yeah.
of her situation.
I think everyone now knows now that she's free from Vishojo and all that. So she can't exactly walk around it like she used to do sometimes. So, you know, 12 or less focus. Yeah, exactly, or 12. But I think the longest streams I've actually ever done myself were those speedrunning streams when I was doing like Call of Duty and all that, like marathoning games. They were really fun, but man, I was dead afterwards. Especially doing Black Mesa. That sucked. That was a fun game, but holy crap, 12 hours and 40 minutes in one stream, that was too much for me. Even for me, I was like, this went too long. I shouldn't have done that.
How many of you like us right now are in a Western country and it's late at night? How many? Or late at night or early in the morning?
Oh no, it's a ghost bandman. What is that?
I always, over the past few years, I have had the tradition of scaring the lurkers, during the ghost month, and I will and I'll do things like
That is such a
this.
creepy image, Bandman. Oh,
Yeah.
Bandman, I'll just stop you right there. Nambo has joined us. He has woken up from his nap. Are you feeling better, Nambo? How you doing, buddy? You hear Bandman? Nambo?
Yeah, I think maybe he hasn't set up his audio yet. Probably.
Yeah, he's just signed in. Good to see you, Nambo. I hope you're feeling a bit better today, buddy. But I think he might be getting it ready. But yeah, Bandman, that picture, that is creepy. I love that. That is so creepy. That is such a cool picture. I love that.
That's good. Glad you like it. A lot of lurkers, some of them were spooked. Others were trying to counter troll me by leaving some very disapproving comments. I'll just leave it at that. And some people are just talking about how they want a ghost to follow them home. Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah, Batata said you've got the number of the beast is subs now, Bandman. Congratulations.
Yes. Yeah, I'm just chugging along slowly. I don't need to go fast. Not too fast. Truly cursed hours. Yes, indeed, Wispy Jazz, it is some truly cursed hours for the Westerners. For the Westerners in the chat right now. By the way, make sure to look behind you at all times. Who knows what is behind you? Did I get disconnected? Oh,
No,
boy,
you're
did I
here,
get
Bandman.
dis-
You're here.
Oh,
I just got a
okay.
DM. Yes.
No,
I
always
was
get
listening.
scared.
I just got a DM. No, that's okay.
Okay.
Understandable.
That's okay.
Yeah, I love these kind of pictures in that case. I don't know exactly what they would be called theme-wise, but I've
Uncanny
always
valleys.
loved that kind of look.
The uncanny valleys. They're called uncanny photos, or as some people would say, the analog horror photos.
Yeah. Is this kind of horror big in Asia? Like these kind of like the cutout nose and eyes and faces onto thing? Is that kind of big in Asia?
Well, here's the thing. Though. Most ghosts and supernatural horror beings in Asia are already uncanny. For some reason, it's not as big as deliberately uncanny like in like Western horror, where you have to deliberately make something uncanny for it to be uncanny. But Asia is a whole different story. Everything is uncanny. So it's like, maybe it's subconsciously always there, but it's like people don't deliberately go there because it's already there. And that's why, in my opinion, a lot of Asian horror is scary, because a lot of them are by default uncanny.
That's something I've noticed as well. Yeah, it is. I love Asian horror. It's really uncanny in general. Like yeah.
And you know what else? The worst thing is that there is a lot of Asian ghosts where people glide. The ghosts glide. And the act of gliding is uncanny and unnatural and spooked, and therefore makes you spooked.
It is big spook. A big spook.
Yeah,
American horror is just spooky and gore. It is. When that kind of stuff was coming out, Lurker-chan, it was very shocking, but nowadays it's too normal. People are just too used to gore and violence, you know?
Mm. I'm just trying to find something scary. If you ever get a chance, if you want to look for some serious spooks, you should just watch Thai horror films. Thai horror especially.
Yeah, they know about it. That's good stuff. It is very good.
Yeah. I'll never forget being small and playing the visual. Oh, the Bongchong Ghost, the Korean horror website experience. Yes.
Hey, Nambo, how you doing, buddy?
Oh, well, better than I was this morning.
How you doing? Oh, it's working now. There we go. He's back.
Yeah, sorry I couldn't join in on Jackbox. I just felt like ass.
That's okay. Well, anyway, let's see what else have lurkers mentioned. China makes some really good uncanny images. Yes, that's true. Asians horror basically. And yes, I'm aware about the whole China netizens things, mainland netizens things. They make uncanny the panda ones especially. I've shown you a few the panda emotes. Remember that, Lucas?
With the faces on them.
Yeah,
Same kind of stuff?
they superimpose human faces on pandas.
Yeah, I remember that. Some of that stuff was fucking weird.
It's not meant to be scary, but it just ended up being scary.
Look, I am down to play a bit of Jackbox now. If you want to.
My stream is about
I was actually
to... Well, if you want to play Maxi, you can, but I think my stream is about to finish also because I'm about close to the end of my streaming time, and I'll have to do some things soon.
Yeah, I was about to say, I was thinking like it was probably going on a bit long in that case, but should we reschedule for another day, man? Maybe?
Yeah.
We can reschedule another day. Just discuss about it on the Discord or something in a few weeks or days.
Yeah, I think that might be better. Because if you're not feeling too well, Nambo, it might not be a good idea to play.
Don't
some
force
Jackbox.
yourself. Don't force yourself because you won't have a good time. Don't force yourself to do something that you're too tired to do right now.
I suppose.
But anyway, Maxi, if I recall correctly, you are planning something this coming Wednesday, right? With your friends? And you are wondering
so.
you're wondering if I can make time for it?
Yes. Looks like it. If you were to make it, it's going to be myself. If you can make it, Nico the Iron Elf,
yes,
and Call Me Ferret. Potentially
the
playing
usual.
something.
Yeah. I think one of your friends just messaged me and just asked about. It's probably Helldivers 2.
That or maybe Dark Tide or something, but we'll see how we go.
Yeah, either Dark Tide or Helldivers 2, but a bit early, but I might be able to make it, but just tentatively add me in. I don't mind. And if there's any issues, I will let you all know in advance. But for now, it seems like I can make it for it.
Yeah, that'll be good. That'll be good.
Right.
It's always. But yeah, I was about to say, but I was like, man, nearly 5 hours, man. But this might be a bit of a long stream for you.
Yeah, it's getting there. It's getting there for sure. But I had a really good time. I had a really, really good time. A nice relaxing time. Although not many lurkers turn up for this stream, but those who are here, I had a good time just having a chat with them and just brainstorming some things I wanted to write. Not a lot of writing, but that's something I have to plot slowly. My next stream, by the way, Sushi, is Tuesday. Tuesday, the usual time. And I need to show you all the schedule. Oh yeah, next is gonna be September already next week. So, but tentatively, let me just open up. Hold on, tentatively. I'm going to open up my August schedule. Don't mind me for a moment, Sushi. Don't mind me for a moment. Let me unzoom this. All right. Tentatively is the same for September as it is for August. So it's Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. For now, I will confirm the schedule for the next month, and I'll post the schedule soon. But tentatively, it's still the same. Okay.
Sounds easy.
Yeah, it is my time 10 a.m. My time 10 a.m. on Tuesdays, my time 10 a.m. on Wednesdays, but unless, like in this case with the collab, I'll start earlier. And also Fridays, I'm usually going to do it at night. Unless again something changes my plans, which I will again let you all know in advance, okay? So it's Tuesdays next.
Yeah.
I will see you all next Tuesday, lurkers, when this stream ends. This coming Tuesday.
Absolutely, that'll be good.
Absolutely.
All right,
so
I will leave you to it, Bamman and Nambo. I am actually going to leave you to finish it up, and because I need to go and quickly do some stuff as well, because it's getting late. Thank you very much for the impromptu join, Bamman and Nambo. I hope you're feeling better. We'll definitely need to reschedule the Jackbox.
We'll have to reschedule that. So thanks for joining, and thanks for the chat, Maxi. I will talk to you next week.
Absolutely, I will talk to you all then. Thank you, lurkers.
Okay.
Mod-chan,
Thank you.
Lurker-chan, everyone.
Thank you.
For me to be here.
Hope to see
you
y'all's later
dropping
too.
in, Numbo, and I'll see you another time. Talk to you another time.
See you. See yous.
Okay, bye-bye. Anyway, lurkers, that concludes the impromptu stream. A little bit unstructured at the end of the day, but I'm fine with it. I was fine with it. Let's just have a look first and see if there's anyone streaming right now. If not... damn it. No. No one's streaming right now. But then again, it's getting kind of late for many of you. So you know what? I'm probably just going to end the stream right now. Okay? I'm just going to end the stream. There'll be no raids for today. Okay? No raids for today. So thank you for being here. All of you likers who managed to take some time off to be here on a Friday. And oh my god, don't mention food in front of me, Potato. I am getting hungry. I am getting very, very hungry. But anyway, I want you all to have a good weekend. Enjoy the rest of your Friday. And don't cry, darkness. I'm gonna see you all again next week, okay? Lurkers are abandoned on the street. No, don't say that. Come on. Come on. Oh, never mind. I will see you all next week again, okay? And over the weekend, I'll upload the schedule for September, okay? So with that out of the way, I'm going to end the stream and you all can, and also, yeah, stay safe, Indonesian lurkers. Stay safe and keep safe. So that out of the way, I'm going to excuse all of you lurkers, and I will see you all next week, okay? Take care of yourself and good night, or have a good rest of the day. All the best. Thank you, lurkers. Bye-bye.